Hello, and welcome to Aerobility Live, part of the Blackbush Air Day. My name is Mike Miller-Smith, and I am the Chief Executive of Aerobility, a charity committed to changing lives by providing the disabled community access to the magic and wonder of flight. Flying makes everything else in life feel that little bit more achievable, whilst offering the ultimate feeling of freedom and escape from the restrictions of disability. We like to encourage the disabled community to think, if I can fly an aeroplane, what else can I do? We are based here at Blackbush and delighted to be part of the Air Day. We also operate at other airfields in the south and the Midlands and are even looking to extend where we fly around the country using our fleet of specially adapted aircraft and enabling equipment such as the hoist. Aerobility would not be able to do what it is doing today without the generous ongoing support from our supporters and volunteers. Thank you to them all, many of whom have made today possible. The show today boasts an exciting lineup of guests from across the world of aviation. Truly something for everybody.
Yes.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This wonderful, wonderful British summer day, we are here to entertain you through the afternoon because we are launching right now, everybody, Aerobility Live. And this is a one-off. The first ever was known as the Armchair Air Show, but today we're bringing you a whole host of different activities, a lot of information, a lot of interviews with the pilots and activity around the ground down. But before we start, anybody pick up an award today? MBEs, you know, they're two a penny.
You get one?
No.
Do you get one?
Do we get one?
No.
No? Well, I'm...
Wilbur?
Wilbur, first of all, introduction to who these people are. On my side here, we've got Liz McConaughey, next John Windover, and the all-time famous Wilbur, here to entertain you throughout the afternoon. Boys and girls, a big hello to Wilbur!
Give him a wave!
Woo!
It's the warmest person here.
But I think we're missing somebody. Has anybody seen Lingy?
I've heard he's got a new job.
No.
Yeah, I think he's doing wig modelling or something.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. John, have you seen?
No. And for the baldest ex-Red Arrows pilot, I'm surprised.
Well, absolutely. Wilbur, have you seen Lingy?
No.
No?
Maybe Lingy's in there. We never know.
Oh.
He could be.
Not if you answer to the nickname Lingy.
No.
No. Okay. Right. Well, let's get on with the show. John, what have we got coming today?
Okay, well, we've got lots coming up this afternoon. In particular for me, I spent the week in Normandy last week as part of the commemorations for 80 years on from those momentous landings across the Normandy coastline for D-Day. Looking forward to that. And also Rich Goodwin in his jet pits banner cutting between two balloons at about 5,000 feet above the ground. And also today, it's the King's birthday fly past. Troop in the Colour is on in London, and we're going to get a segment of that fly past here this afternoon. So yeah, looking forward to those bits.
Yeah, and off the back of that fly past in London, we are going to get a Chinook fly past from the very Chinooks that are involved in the fly past over the top of the King. So it's over the King, straight to Blackbush Air Day. So make sure you give them a big wave when they're here. And later on, I'll be chatting to Tatiana Shchevenko, who brought her jet Provos in today as well. So looking forward to that later on.
Absolutely fantastic. And we will be roaming around the crowd as well. So make yourselves at home. Enjoy all the facilities that are here today. And you will see one or two of us just coming up, maybe with a microphone, just to say how you're getting on here today. Well, we've been up to all sorts this year, not just on behalf of Aerobility, but also pursuing a lot of other very, very interesting ambitions as well. John, you made a pretty interesting trip just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so just following on from that Normandy intro. So one of the things that was very apparent to me, George, in Normandy is, and I heard this phrase mentioned by James Holland on the BBC last week, is the generation that fought for our freedom are dwindling in number. There's about 250 veterans remaining, British veterans, and I got to shake the hand of history. I met two veterans in Normandy. I took an original US Air Force warbird down to the beaches, and it was an amazing experience. I got to fly over the Omaha Memorial at 500 feet, and I saw the tens of thousands of gravestones beneath me where Biden and the other world leaders who commemorated those momentous feats of humanity 80 years previously. So that was a really, humbling experience for me, George. Yeah.
Yes, very much so. Well, I was very lucky to be in the National Arena at Portsmouth last week as well. A very, very moving tribute to the many, many veterans that were there that day. I was actually involved in working, basically managing and controlling the aviation that took part. Fantastic fly past from the Red Arrows and a superb fly away from the Typhoon. But we managed to get two Dakotas over from the North Coast as well. We're going to concentrate a little bit on more of that during the course of the show. Liz, though, you just lead a completely different life than the rest of us. Where have you been? What have you done?
Well, off the back of my time in the Air Force, I've now been off and about doing motivational speaking about my time, being one of the longest serving females in the Chinook force, so hence why I'm so excited to see the Chinook here today. And as part of today, I'll be out and about round the crowd. Hopefully you can't miss me in my nice pink jacket, but I'd love to come and have a chat with lots of people here today. And thank you all for coming out. It is such miserable weather for the 15th of June, and I've seen some incredible welly boots go past, some onesies that look waterproof, a lady in a leopard print, bright coloured poncho. So I'm coming to meet you all at some point today and have a chat with you all.
Yes, you can see it's a little bit inclement, but we're bare through the day. If we all disappear suddenly, then you'll know that there's a big black cloud coming. But don't worry, we'll continue transmitting something of interest to you during the course of the afternoon. Now, one thing you must remember today, we've got a major raffle going on, and that is, of course, to help raise additional funds to keep this wonderful charity, Aerobility, on the road. It's doing such good work. Now, we're going to be talking to the owner of the company that's making that, the display, well, not just the display of this, but we're going to talk about it, but the raffle draw, and this is what you must remember, takes place at 4:30 this afternoon. So get your tickets in early, and we'll be back here for 4:30 for that draw to take place. Now, talking of watches, I suspect between us we've picked up a few of those in the past, but this particular one is very neat, isn't it? John, you've had a look at it?
It is. It's called the Flyer Watch, and it's been designed especially for Aerobility. And every watch that you may choose to purchase today, all the funds from that will go straight to Aerobility, and the organisation that has designed the watch and worked with us in partnership have been very generous.
Yeah, and if you're after any of the raffle tickets for the watch, there'll be lots of people with their Airability hoodies walking around today who can sell you some raffle tickets. And of course, we have to say thank you to the Airfield for hosting this today, to Blackbush Airport, and of course our sponsors Aerobites for making all this possible. So thanks to both of them for getting involved today.
It's absolutely terrific. Now, we'll be getting out around the arena very, very shortly. Liz will be the sharpest on timekeeping today, we hope.
Yes.
And she has the most demanding task, whereas a couple of us will be holding the fort here. But through the afternoon, as we mentioned, it's going to be a really interesting cross-section of activity. We'll be even taking a little look at some Red Arrows activity later on during the day. We've got Andy Robbins here with us on the ground, and we'll be chatting about some of the activities there. And, of course, the first year that they've managed to get the 9 ship back after a 3-year passage of time. But while you're on the showground, now, first of all, we appreciate that many of you at home won't be able to do that today, but you'll get a good feel of what's going on. The Heritage Trust here have set up, of course, the brand new Viking exhibit, which is definitely worth a look. And Blackbush itself is steeped in an awful lot of history. We'll touch on that as well during the course of the afternoon. But we recently had somebody flying in. I think you're going to be chatting to her very shortly.
Yeah, so Tatiana came in her jet Provos, which is parked off to the right-hand side of me, and we're going to have an interview about 1:30, and we'll be chatting all about her career, being another female in a very male-dominated industry. So we've got a lot in common, so I'm sure we'll have plenty to chat about then. And hopefully, the sun has just come out, everybody, so fingers crossed that'll be it for the afternoon, and it'll stay with us.
Absolutely. And John, there's some other ideas, other activities that you're going to touch on.
Yeah, there are. So I'll be talking to the world's first all-electric formation display team. Sparky 1 and Sparky 2, Sam Watmo and Alex Rainier will be on stage with us talking about what it's like to fly an aircraft with a big battery at the front. I've seen them at Duxford. They're a really good team. The guys have thousands of hours experience between them, and they'll talk to us about sustainable aviation, green fuels and non-carbonisation of power plants for aircraft. So looking forward to that, George.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting segment, actually, because electric aviation could be the future. So for anyone who's off around all the stands and stalls, feel free to come back over and join us near the stage for that segment. And we would love to have a bit of interaction and hear your thoughts about electric aviation later on.
And during the course of the day, do please come up to the stage, bring the children up here. We'd love to know a bit more about your own personal stories, why you're here today, what attracted you to come, what have you learned about the charity Aerobility, and of course the activities here in Blackbush as well, because it is a massive family event. I'm not sure whether those online can see the scene that's in front of us, but it's absolutely wonderful despite the weather. We've got a really, really terrific turnout today, and the wonderful blue British summer we think is about to arrive very, very shortly.
Yeah, and of course we must mention Harvey Matheson and Neil Tucker, who are two of the other hosts that are joining us today presenting. They're already out and about roaming around, and they're going to be helping me visit some of the visiting aircraft today and talking about some of the Aerobility aircraft. So keep an eye out for them, more of them later.
Okay, well, we'll be shortly joining with David Burns. We hope he's already here with us to talk about that amazing raffle prize draw that is coming your way. But if you're here on the ground, do please make yourself at home with those wonderful opportunities, certainly to eat and drink right across from where we are here today. At home, put your feet up. It's going to be a good afternoon. I know we're probably competing with a few sporting events as well, but hey, just stick with us. This is going to be a hell of a lot more fun.
Yeah, it doesn't get any much better than Aerobility Live, does it? And again, thanks to everybody who behind the scenes who's been helping put this together. We've already mentioned the sponsors and the Airfield themselves, but we've got so many people helping out, not just the Aerobility volunteers, but of course the wonderful Air Cadets who are here as well. So please give them a bit of a warm welcome when you meet them. They've been standing at the front gate, and they've got another stall up at the other side, and they've been getting rained on all morning. So massive thanks to them for turning up today to help at the gate.
And I must say, just being a trustee of Aerobility, do come up to the eastern end of the airfield. You'll see a big white hangar opposite the stage. Come and meet the charity, come and meet Wilbur, learn a bit more about what we do as an organisation. We change lives for the better. So if you're a disabled person or somebody in your family or friends, come and meet us. You're eligible to come and fly and experience the magic of flight. We'll tell you all about it and how you can get involved.
And it's fair to say that Wilbur is the most photogenic person on the stage right now. So if you want a selfie, I'm sure you'd love a selfie, and we'd love to see those later on social media. So yeah, come and say hello and get your picture taken with Wilbur.
Well, it's that time, Liz. Talking of Wilbur, I think it's time you hit the road.
Yeah, we're off on our travels, Wilbur, off on our adventures. Let's go. Leave these gentlemen to it.
Okay, now it's time for us to talk about this amazing watch, and we're going to welcome to the stage David Burns. Well, welcome back to us. We've got David Burns here now, who's basically supporting the charity today with the donation of an absolutely fabulous watch. Flyer Watch Company. The watch looks absolutely terrific. David, a warm welcome to you.
Hi there.
It's very, very good to see you, and thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Now, tell me, just first of all, about the establishment of this company. What was the inspiration? How did you set the whole thing up?
So we set up the Fly Watch Company last year. The problem with the aviation industry, it's a very expensive industry to get into if you want to learn to fly. Young people nowadays don't realise the amount of scholarships that are on offer in order to support them, to help them accomplish their dreams. So I'm actually an airline pilot based out of Birmingham, so I know 15 years ago how difficult it was to get into commercial aviation. So we started the Fly Watch Company last year, and 20% of our profits from our company go directly towards scholarships with institutions such as the Honourable Company of Air Pilots.
And that's fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
Setting out with a moral conviction. Can we just have a closer look at this then?
Yep.
Because it looks pretty neat to me. Now, I don't know whether our offstage camera can actually focus in on that, but I think that's a really, really nice design. Absolutely superb. I just want to have a little feel. You know, pilots and watches have this sort of affiliation.
They do have a relationship.
Absolutely, just the touch and feel. We just love it. I mean, it's very, very nice.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on you, George.
Well,
don't need to nick that.
well, look at this box, John. The box is just utterly delightful. Now, let's focus then. What is the key importance of time to pilots? Because not everybody here is a pilot, of course.
Yeah, time plays a part in everybody's job in aviation in terms of keeping on time. Many watches have chronographs. I don't think too many pilots would actually admit to ever using their chronograph.
I agree with you. I have a chronograph on this watch here, and if I was in the cockpit trying to use my slide rule, I don't think the horizon would be particularly straight. So yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, but. Yeah, it is a part of pilots' everyday life, and I think it's a nice present to somebody or for themselves to actually show what they've achieved and what they've actually accomplished. So it's very special for when somebody buys a nice watch.
And what you very nicely put on here, of course, is the Aerobility logo.
Yes.
That's a very, very neat touch. Are you developing your business now into a more sort of commercial linkage with other sponsorship, good causes type activities?
No, so Aerobility was the #1 charity we wanted to get involved with. My PPL examiner, Craig Knott, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, was a flight instructor for Aerobility. And I live actually next to Taton Hill Airfield, which is Aerobility's other airfield near the Midlands. So Aerobility was the number one choice, and we went to go and see Mike, and we didn't quite realise that Mike is obsessed with watches. So he was all for it from day one, and we enjoyed creating it with him, and 6 months later, here we are. And we're super proud to be raffling off one of our watches today.
Well, it's absolutely delightful. Now, John, you know a bit more of the detail. They're available at quite a few selling points around the site.
Yes,
the
they
tickets
are.
themselves, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, indeed. So if you want to purchase a watch, you can actually come and see us at our hangar. You can also go to aerobility.com. We have an online shop. You can purchase there. For the raffle tickets themselves, we're going to have people that are wandering around in the showground with an Airability shirt, or, again, come up to the hangar and we'll gladly sell you a raffle ticket. And what I'd like to say as well, George, is a huge thank you to you, sir, because it's people like you that put this charity at the forefront of what you're doing to raise awareness and also to raise much needed funds, because without that we just can't put these people that are very well deserving into the air to taste the magic of flight.
What's very important about the Aerobility watch, for every Aerobility watch that we sell, a aspiring disabled aviator will get a flight in an Aerobility aircraft, and the more watches we sell, the more flights will happen.
And I'm just reading back in the notes behind this, also a VIP tour of Blackbush.
So the people that actually purchase the watch will be invited to Blackbush the facilities at Aerobility for a tour of the facilities and just to see the amazing work that Aerobility does.
Right, well, that's fantastic news. Don't forget the live draw is at 4:30. Be there or be square. But right now, we're going to go out and about around the showground. Over to Liz.
Hello, right, and I've bumped into Neil Tucker, who is not only one of the Aerobility flyers, but an Aerobility trustee.
Hello, Liz.
Hello, Neil. And we're going to talk about this wonderful aircraft behind me. So, Neil, tell me all about it.
So this is the Zen Air CH750. Of course, you knew that anyway, didn't you?
Oh, obviously. I mean, my
so
aircraft
when I
recce is so
tell
good.
people about the Zen Air, I say to them, do you recognize the Zen Air? And they say no. I say, have you seen a Spitfire?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't look a bit like a Spitfire, does it? So this is a wonderful project that's bringing together the able-bodied and the disabled community. And it was started in 2017. And the idea was that we were going to get a plane in the air from a box of bits to flying within X years. That was in 2017.
Okay.
And the most wonderful thing about it is shown the synergy of the aviation community.
Right.
It's shown how able-bodied and disabled-bodied people can work together. So we built it. There it is, pretty much finished. And there's a couple of our volunteers over there. Give us a wave, guys. There's the volunteers over there. They were the
Give us a wave.
key people for help building this. And what's really made it possible is not just the builders, but the sponsors from the big people like Aerobites, Gallagher, Gulfstream.
Ah, so is that why it's got Gallagher written on the
That's
front
the
of
Gallagher. Yeah, the
right.
insurance
So
people.
nobody's bought it, nobody's put their name
No,
on the
no
front
one's
of it.
name on it. No, absolutely.
Okay, and there's some, obviously, these fancy prop covers we've got on there as well. Where are they?
That just keeps it warm, Liz.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
that.
and it looks pretty. Although one of our flyers did think it actually had yellow propellers blades.
Yeah.
So no. So we've adapted it. Do you want to have a look at it? Do you want to go and have a
Yeah,
look?
I'd love to have a look inside. Let's
Go
go and
and
have a look.
The first thing, can I stop you there, Liz? Just the first thing to look at is the cockpit here. In front of it with a cow, that cow was redesigned because the line was originally a lot higher.
Right, okay.
Now, if you're in a wheelchair, how do you check the oil?
I do.
So we had to modify that design so that door is a lot lower so people in a wheelchair can check the oil.
Yeah.
And you go there, and I'll come on the other side. If you go there, I'll show you.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, so I'm looking from
Yeah,
this
take
door.
your instructions, Liz.
I'm not very good at that.
Here we are in the cockpit. And this is the most wonderful thing. So the great thing about this is adapted fully for the disabled community.
It's quite tiny, though, isn't it?
Are you
How
saying
on
I
earth
won't
do you
fit in
in
it?
here?
So the great thing about it is, because it's been adapted, people with all forms of disabilities can fly in and out. Now you've got a lovely Gucci TV screen there. Can't get Sky, but you
Yeah.
can navigate, tell where you're going, tell what your engine's doing.
Yeah.
But the really important things to note in here are the control column.
Okay.
So if you look at that stick there,
This bit here?
that bit there, yeah, that's got all the controls on it, just like an F-18's got.
It's a lovely wooden
Lovely
finish
bit of wood,
here.
yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And then here we've got our bar, rudder bar. Now,
This bit
obviously,
here?
yep. So you'd ask, how do people who've got no control over their legs manage
Yeah.
to fly an aircraft? Well, it's because of the control like that, which enables them to do it.
Okay.
So on the ground, you're steering it with that bar, and in the air, you're using it as a rudder bar as well.
I'm just going to get out of the way so the guys with the camera can actually see inside a little bit.
Come a bit further if you want.
So what's it like to fly?
I've got no idea. They won't let me fly with it.
Oh,
No, it's just waiting for the paperwork to go through now. So hopefully we should have it flying in a couple of weeks.
oh, that's good news. Good, good.
And to be fair, there has to be a big shout out to the LAA, who've really supported us in this project, the Light Aviation Association,
Yeah.
who are the regulatory body that govern these aircraft flying. And they've been great.
And what about the tail number? GI can. That's
So
pretty
we've got
impressive.
GU can, GI did,
Yeah.
and we've got GI can as well. It's a positive message to say people, anyone can do it.
Yeah, well, that's obviously pretty pertinent to Airability, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And what about your flying journey with Airability, Neil?
Oh, I started here in 2018. I had my accident in 2014.
Yeah.
And I came back to Aerobility in 2018. Started to learn to fly, trustee, and now it's pretty much my life.
Okay. And how often a month do you fly?
Sorry?
How often a month do
How
you fly?
often a month?
Yeah.
You should ask how often a day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Proper propeller head, proper addict.
You see, that's so different to the Air Force, where we generally just fly whenever one of the Chinooks is working. You get to fly every day.
You know, you're ex-Air Force, I'm ex-Navy, so...
And have you been anywhere good this year yet?
Have you, sorry?
Have you been anywhere good this year?
Been to France a couple of times. We've been down to Newquay, good old Till Western, always up with Till Western. Doing some aerobatics training. It's all goodness, yeah.
So I guess what would you say to anyone who wants to go flying but thinks that it's not possible?
Do you know, I wish the 56-year-old Neil could tell the 17-year-old Neil, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah.
And it's only your mindset. It's only the mind that's stopping you from flying.
Yeah.
So if you want to fly with us, irrespective of the disability, come on, book up a flight, come fly with us.
And Aerobility is such a family feel, isn't it? And I think, you know, it's not just about what you do in the air, but it's all the other stuff you do in the ground, isn't it?
We call it the community centre, because it is. It's not just about punching holes in the clouds or going to France to buy cheap wine. It's about the whole family spirit, and it's so inclusive, and it's wonderful.
Yeah. And it's the classic strapline from Airability. You know, if you can fly, what else can you do?
Absolutely right, absolutely.
Yeah, and age-wise, anyone can come and fly with Airability.
I think our youngest is about 8, and our oldest is about 98.
Yeah, that's your age, isn't it?
Yeah, it's steady on you.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for showing us about the Zen Air. It's an incredible aircraft. And when do you think it's going to fly? When can people come and see it take off?
It's going to be in the air in, don't hold me to this, 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks'
2 weeks' time, yeah.
Folks, so if you live locally, come and have a look, come and have a brew in the cafe, and watch this wonderful aircraft take off. It really has been a journey, hasn't it, for Airability?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and one that has brought so much teamwork to the project.
And that's the key thing, is the spirit that's gone behind building it. I mean, COVID couldn't stop us.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's all about getting together, able-bodied and disabled people.
Well, personally, from my point of view, when I used to work here, watching it go from a shell with various bits and bolts around the hangar to seeing it in its full glory is just wonderful.
Wonderful.
So
it's quite pretty as well in its own strange way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't agree there, do you?
It really is the dream come true, isn't it? Build a dream. Listen, that's great. Thank you so much, Neil.
Thanks, Liz.
Neil and I are going to be off doing some other interviews later on. So back to George on the main stage.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. Lovely to hear your voice out and about there. And by the way, I'm going to improve your timekeeping. There's a special gift on its way to you. Well, in the sort of business that I'm involved in, which is predominantly air display work, an awful lot of people try to just test some of the boundaries and push them a little bit further and explore other ways of not just looking at what we call the envelope in aviation, in other words, the parameters and performance of the aircraft, but how we can apply that better to the entertainment or to launching particular sort of performance links with other parts of the industry. And we've got two gentlemen here today who, the pair of them, have actually pushed their activities to all sorts of extremes and had a wonderful time in aviation. And they're also both very, very good friends of Aerobility. So will you please welcome to the stage and to Aerobility Live today, Richard Goodwin and Clive Bailey. Welcome, Richard. Have a seat. Welcome, Clive. Lovely to see you both. Now, it just so happens that I happen to know these rascals extremely well, and it's a real pleasure to see you here today. You can tell we're still up against the elements a little bit this afternoon, but Richard, yes, you're already thirsty. Sorry it's not beer. But I'll start with you, Richard. This development that you've made this year in terms of the jet pits is absolutely phenomenal. What was the motivation? What led you to do that?
I think it's just delivering something slightly different on the airshow circuit. I've been to airshows in America. I've seen some, incredible designs, the Jet Wacko, the Yak 110, and I felt something was missing from UK and Europe. And fortunately, I tied up a very clever design engineer in America, and I briefly mentioned, how about putting some jets in my pits? And he said, yeah, we can do that in a weekend. And that was several years ago. It's taken about 4 or 5 years to actually get it through certification here in UK. But it seems to be going down pretty well. People are enjoying seeing it and hearing it. And yeah, I hope many people here, we were going to fly in today, but unfortunately the weather in the Midlands wasn't very good. So I drove down, but hope some of the guys here today will get to an air show. We're doing quite a few this year, something like 30 plus. So there's plenty of opportunity to try and go and see it.
Right, it's fantastic. give us a bit of your background. Now, we're going to be playing a little bit of video of the sort of things that you now do, and you're extremely well known for some phenomenal extreme flying, actually, with the very significant knife edge pass being one of them. But give us some of the background. That sort of work doesn't come easy, does it?
I guess I owe my background to the Royal Air Force. I joined the Royal Air Force and had an 8-year short service commission flying the Tornado GR1. And then 26 years flying with the airlines, and I've finished flying with the airlines now to put more time and effort into my real passion, which is flying at air shows and aerial entertainment and trying to inspire our next generation into, the science and technology subjects, aviation, aerospace.
Well, we'll come back to your aircraft and how you control it, which looks pretty interesting, and what you do with it, some of the maneuvers. But let's just take a look at Clive, your background. You've actually had a marvelous life in ballooning. I mean, I know that for a fact. Always smiling. You obviously love it. How did it start for you?
Well, I did a lot of gliding and started fixed wing, and then a friend of mine, well, he wasn't a friend of mine at that time, in the pub, he came in, he had just bought a balloon, was learning to fly, and I went out crewing, and I thought, completely boring, no way would I want to go in a balloon. I was very much into aerobatics, my glider was fully aerobatic. Then after about a year, I had a go in it, and I thought, you know what, I like this. It's completely unique flying a balloon. You can do stuff in a balloon that you can't do in fixed wing. You can fly much closer to stuff. You've got a view, and it's going by slowly, so it's great. And of course, you can do lots of things with them. As George, that we've done some amazing stuff. We've done tightrope walks between them. I've flown with Ian Ashpole on top, trying to get under the Bristol Suspension Bridge. And I think one of the best things that happened, our sponsor, Anana, some years ago, I introduced them to Richard, and we got talking and thought, well, what can we do with planes and balloons? And it went from there.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to tell the studio, I'm actually having a bit of difficulty hearing you. So, Colin, if you could put some foldback to me here, then we'll pursue that. I mean, I've tasted it, but it is a passion. One of the things that always gets me about the ballooning thing, though, is it seems to take forever to get it all sorted, and then takes forever to get it all back. But that is all part of the process, I'm guessing. It is how it started, 200 years ago?
Yes, it's in the 21st of November of 1783 was the first balloon flight in France, and that went well. It then went fairly quiet, and then it got into a bit of gas ballooning, and it was Don Cameron in the early 70s that really brought hot air ballooning as we know it today back to the forefront. And they're very simple. It takes about 15-20 minutes to get a balloon in the air, and it takes about 15 or 20 minutes to put it away. Not that much longer than an aircraft by the time you've done all your checks. The biggest difference is that we have champagne after every flight.
Very, very. That doesn't surprise me at all. Now, why are these two guys actually here together? It's because they came up with a pretty interesting aviation fleet. Now, I can't quite see the monitors here, but I know we're running some VT in the background. But you're about to see a pretty spectacular piece of aviation from the ancient to the modern, and in the great style that Richard flies his particular aircraft. Now, we're talking about not just cutting ribbons, but flying between two balloons as well. Two completely different forms of aviation. Now, my mind says, oh my word, that looks potentially dangerous, if not difficult at least. First of all, what led you? So I think we're rolling the VT now. What led you to create this event? Either of you go for it, Richard.
Well, in public now, I'd like to actually thank Clive for introducing me to my first sponsor, which was Anana. And I developed a reasonable aeroplane for the airshow circuit, but was really struggling trying to get anyone to help me financially. And Clive, very good friends with Chris Woodward, who CEO of Anana, basically introduced me. Chris came out, looked at the plane, I flew it sideways down the runway, and he said, yeah, we'll do some of that. Unfortunately, he sold the company now, so we've moved on. We've got some other very special sponsors for this year. What was your question, George?
Well, it was, was it the sponsor then that led you to creating a special event?
Yeah.
It was Chris's
Mad.
Is mad.
He's mad.
I don't think there's...
Right.
You think we're mad, he's completely bonkers. And he wanted to do something exciting. He wanted to be in the balloon. And Rich and I got chatting, and Rich said, well, how about if we cut a ribbon with the plane? So we said, well, OK, we can do this. I'm sure walk between balloons with a person. Why can't we do it? And we wrote to the Civil Aviation Authority and told them what we were going to do, and they didn't come back with any rules or regulations that were going to stop us. And very quickly, the first morning that we said we were going to go live on a Monday morning at Gloucester Airport, on Friday we said, blimey, I think we're going to have to do this on Monday. And so we set it up.
It's not that easy flying 2 balloons on formation, is it, Clive? I mean, it looks easy. You've got to string a ribbon between the two, and you've got to actually make sure the buoyancy is exactly correct on them both, isn't it?
Yeah, we did what we call a dry run when we had the balloons tethered either side of the runway, and Rich came through the middle to make sure the plane, the balloons and everything. We were a little bit worried about turbulence with the plane going through at 80, 90 miles an hour, but there was none of that. And then we went and did it free flight. The biggest problem is that we took off and went straight over Gloucester, and we couldn't do this over the town. So Pete, Darby and myself, we had to keep the balloons absolutely level for about 45 minutes till we got into the countryside, when we called Rich in. I think you landed and got some more fuel, didn't you?
Yeah, because the wind speed that day was very light, so it took you a long time to get to the other side of Gloucester. But it's the only bit of formation flying you've done, isn't it?
with
very funny time at the Bristol Balloon Festival, which, Clive, you're heavily involved in, and it is a great event. I decided as one of the commentators that wouldn't it be good to have a form of formation discussion commentary? And I don't, if you probably don't remember this at all, but I commandeered one balloon, I got another cameraman to commandeer another one. Off we went, but of course, maintaining station is really, really hard in a balloon, really hard. So I drifted off in one direction, he drifted on the other. I luckily landed, I think, about 1 mile away in the field. I gather the cameraman ended up somewhere in the middle of Oxfordshire. But that is a key part of this particular activity, isn't it? Because each balloon requires heating at a different time, and every time you touch it, the balloon moves. How did you coordinate that very, very fine activity?
Well, the one thing that we had a line between us, so we could see visually whether the line was going taut or slack, because it's not just the altitude, you also tend to drift away from each other. I was quite lucky. I was doing the lead flying, so Pete had to follow me, so whatever I did, he had to mirror. Both balloons weighed slightly differently, but you sort of get the feel for it. And well, luckily it just worked. We just managed to do it. And then when we got the ribbon tight, Rich was whizzing around, and we said, if you're happy, come on in. And that was quite exciting, I can assure you.
And how did it feel for you then, Richard? Yeah, it's just coming up on the screens here now. Talk us through that, if you can see it. Do you want to walk over to the screen?
No,
you can't.
No, we're behind schedule now. I think we've just about done the stunt.
Oh, right.
That was a really exciting, interesting thing to do. And, we just risk assessed it. We didn't really tell the CA about it, did we? I don't think they really needed to know, because we were, 3 pilots in formation briefing it. So, it was very exciting.
I think we're just going to run that again. But
here it comes again. Yeah. Okay, so...
So what sort of speed, what angles,
we fly the airplane on its side. It's about 85 miles an hour. But one thing I have to be careful of is, obviously, when I'm belly up to anything, I can't see what it is. So I have to make sure that I'm actually close enough to the balloon top side that I'm not going to hit the other balloon, because I didn't want to burst Clive's balloon or anything like that.
So when Richard was coming in, he's heading directly for us, and your heart does start beating a little bit faster, thinking, I hope he's going to turn soon. And that's just so that as he comes just before he's to us, he just flips to one side, and then he knows he's equidistant between the 2 balloons.
Gosh, that is really exciting. Now, Clive, let's go back to, that must have been quite a pinnacle of activity for you, but you must have had all sorts of adventures, probably overseas as well. Tell us about some of the high points of your ballooning life.
Well, the last 8 years, up to 2021, in the winters when it gets cold and horrible here, I've been going out to Myanmar, to Burma, and have flown balloons out there for 8 years, and that's the most sadly, it's under military junta now. It's the most amazing place to fly a balloon. We did 99 days without a weather cancellation, and as everybody knows, the weather in this country isn't particularly kind to ballooning, but that was some amazing flying. I've represented the UK in the Gordon Bennett gas balloon race, where I've flown across America and across Europe, 2 of us in a gas balloon, staying airborne for about 3 days, which is quite exciting, and I have to say a little bit foolish. That's taking place in Germany again this year. It's the oldest aviation race in the world, and that's going out, I think, in September in Germany. So whichever team wins it, 2 years later it's in your country. We won it in 2008 with David Hempel and Adams, and we had it out of Bristol in 2010. In fact, David's just on his way out to the States now. I'm flight director with a good friend, Kevin Stass, and he's flying in a balloon, a hydrogen balloon, across the Atlantic, and we're hoping to get him away next week from Maine back into Europe.
Yeah, now I met David many, many years ago. Believe it or not, I was on an aircraft going up to the high Arctic in the early days when he was trying to do that solo travel. Now, he's a great mountaineer at heart as well, isn't he? But also an explorer of quite some renown too. So what a good guy to be tied up with. Let's park at balloons for a moment then. Back to you, Richard. This is what many people would call, forms of extreme flying. What are your future plans with the aircraft? Are you going to put bigger jets on it? Are you going to get stronger wings? Tell us.
I think we just want to refine what we've got. Quite a few teething problems as we went through last season, and we've got a lot of bookings this season, and really perfecting how to fly it and what looks good for the crowds and the audience, which is hovering the aeroplane, which is it is quite challenging, and I'm continuing to learn as we go. One of the problems with hovering an aeroplane, it has more thrust than weight, but we don't have a tail rotor. I know you're a big helicopter guy, so there's nothing to stop the aeroplane torque rolling when you're stationary. So sometimes we can cheat a bit and use a bit of forward airspeed, but on the whole, we basically try and hover it upwind and get drifted downwind with it torque rolling. But I'm working on that, and that's an experience-based activity, and I think I'll get better at it as the season goes on.
Now, we're getting very technical, and we're talking about torque rolling. It's not something everybody does in the bath every night. But nonetheless, with 3 engines on the front of a Pit Special, this is a very, very different beast to fly. So are you able to, torque rolling, to actually vary the power coming each out of the jet engines as well, so that you could play around with more torque if you wished?
Basically, you've got 3 engines, the normal aeroplane engine at the front, the propeller, and then the 2 jet engines, and they're controlled with basically almost like a DJ slide controller, also with my left hand, so I can manipulate all 3 throttles at once. But generally, when we're hovering, it's full power on everything, because that's what we need to overcome gravity. So we have more thrust than weight, or equal thrust and weight. The only way to overcome, the torque aspects, the aerodynamic torque of the propeller, is to apply a torque to the jets, i.e. point 1 upwards and 1 downwards, which I did try this winter, but we found tailplane temperatures were getting too hot, and fabric was starting to melt on the tailplane. So,
right.
We decided to can that one and just focus on actually what we've got and making what we've got a lot more user-friendly, which is what we're doing this year. We've got some big air shows in Europe this year. So we go off to Poland on Tuesday, Antidotum, Sanacol in Belgium, and I think we're flying at Air Legend as well in September. But we were going to talk about the balloon stunt and hovering. Was that coming? Or have I missed that?
No. That's absolutely key to the whole thing. So keep going.
Yeah, I think they were going to. Are they going to play that tape separately? Or
I believe we were going to carry on discussing over it. So cue the next video.
Okay. Okay. So how did it happen, Clive? How did we decide? Yeah, I think it was Mike actually said, "Look, guys, can you do some sort of stunt for us for Aerobility?" And I had a chat with Clive, and I thought, well, I'm starting to try and hover this aeroplane, keep it stationary. What else stays stationary and hovers? A balloon. So I mentioned it to Clive, and he was once again game for a laugh. So we decided that we would try and hover my aeroplane next to the balloon and make a short sort of PR type video in support of Aerobility. And we threw all our contacts and friends together. We got Andrew Foxley, who flies in the Gazelle Squadron, Ian from Planes TV, and we all met at Bidford, had a thorough briefing, but we only had like 15 minutes to try and capture this. My aeroplane only flies for 15 minutes on the jet turbines, and went for it, basically. It was in the early days where I was starting to actually try and hover the aeroplane, so it wasn't, as successful as it might have been, but when you try and do a lot of these stunts, normally you practice it, for hours on end, but we only literally had a 15-minute go at it. And I think, I don't know if they're going to play the video, so you can have a look at it.
Yeah, well, I was coming on to your connection, both of your connections with Airability, so forgive me for not getting there quite so quickly, but we're there now. It is wonderful that you've not just done that for the charity, but you're also now co-assigned with the sponsor Aerobytes, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, getting sponsorship for airplanes is very challenging, and I'm very, very grateful that Eddie has stepped forward with Aerobytes to sponsor us for this season. Obviously, he's a massive sponsor of Aerobility as well, and we're incredibly grateful. It all helps towards the bottom line and make it sort of feasible, especially these sort of one-off type, more expensive projects running around with jet engines and stuff like that. But I think just the number of bookings we've got and our exposure, hopefully, hopefully it'll be worth it on his part. Yeah, but we're very grateful.
Eddie is with us here today. There he is. Very, very good to see him here as well.
Thank you very much, Eddie and Emma, and the support you give aviation in general is very, very much appreciated.
Indeed, thank you. Well, it's a tragic thing to mention, Clive, but you lost your brother last year, but he was a stalwart also of the business we're in, and between the two of you, you've also brought a tremendous amount of pleasure. And I'm just keen to know your inspiration and activity with Airability. What sort of things have driven you towards that?
Yeah, well, Trevor sadly died on the 22nd of August last year in a plane crash. Great loss for us as a family, but also the aviation world. And he was a very, very keen supporter of Airability. And of course, before he died, when Rich said about Airability, I said yes, of course he would. And sadly or wonderfully, I'm not quite sure which way to look at it, that we did this flight with Richard hovering by the pit the day after Trev died. And Richard said, no, you can't come and do that. I said, what would Trev have done? And we went, yeah, I guess we just got to get on and do it. And it was great relief, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was incredible of you, Clive, really. I didn't believe you were going to turn up and do it, and I didn't want you to do it. I thought your head had to be in the right space with aviation, but you're absolutely right. That's exactly what Trevor wanted, and it was a great tribute to him and all he stood for in aviation as well. So, yeah, well done, mate.
Yeah, no, it was good, and I have to say, it takes your mind off losing your brother when you're concentrating on something. And Rich talks about he's getting better. When you see, bearing in mind the balloon's 80 feet high, 65 feet wide, and the wingspan of Richard's plane is about 17 feet. It's very small up to the plane, and it comes quite close. And when you see the skill that Richard flies at with, it's amazing. And I'll take my hat off to you, and I just look forward to doing some more crazy stuff.
Well, bring it on, guys, is all I can say. And if Eddie's willing to back it, he's definitely into that world as well, doing anything innovative right at the cutting edge. Clive, just touch back on balloons again. How's the health and well-being of the Balloon Festival? Is that still going strong?
Right. Well, we're having some pretty serious meetings at the moment, George, because we had a big concert on Ashton Court called Love Saves the Day, and it was incredibly wet. So where I'm up there doing a drone shoot of the ground again, basically we haven't got any grass at the moment. And as you know, we like the grass, and we're just very worried that if we have a wet fiesta, it'll cause a real problem. So we're absolutely hoping that it'll go ahead, but it's down to the weather and the will of the council and us as the directors of the fiesta. But we're hoping to do it, but it's down to nature, I think.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. I mean, it has been a pretty awful spring and winter, and the summer's not looking so great at the moment either. But we are hoping that this afternoon will improve. You can see we've got a few challenges ahead, running our very first Aerobility live, but it's fun. That's what being live is all about. Back to you, Richard. What's the schedule? You say we've got a lot of things overseas this year. New venues, I'm assuming, or are they same old same?
Well, it's my first time to Poland, so I'm setting off on Tuesday. Unfortunately, it's a good 6-hour flight, so it takes about 2 or 3 days to get there in a pit, so we can't fly very fast. Certainly looking toward, that's one of the biggest air shows in Europe, Antidotum. They have an incredible air show, some things that they can do there that we can't do in the United Kingdom. And looking forward to, as I mentioned earlier, going to Sanacol, particularly in September, which is every 2 years. It's a great honour to be invited to these some of these air shows. I hope they're going to enjoy, you know, what we've produced. And yeah, busy air show. All the usual air shows around the UK will be attending as well, assuming the aeroplane serviceable, obviously.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic news. Well, I think we're about to go live. What I'm keen to know, well, first of all, thank you, Richard, and you, Clive, for bringing us that really good insight and your candor and, you know, sincerity with what is going on in your lives, but also with this fantastic charity as well. And that is we're doing throughout the day. Now, we are hopefully going to raise an awful lot of money here today, but particularly on this raffle. And I suspect that Liz is not on time. Liz, are you there?
Hi, George. Yes, I'm here in the very windy foreground of the stage, and I am on time because look,
marvelous.
I've
She now has
steal.
the watch.
So I'll be keeping the watch on for the afternoon.
Brilliant.
So if anyone wants to come and have a look at it, they can come and find me and have a close-up look and buy your raffle tickets, and then you have a chance to win the watch, and the draw will be at 4:30 today. So I'm going to be chatting to some of the crowd, but everyone seems to be over at the vending area. So I've got some very dapper gentlemen that I found this morning, and we're going to have a chat with them. This is Summit Aviation, and they're based here at Blackbush. They're looking very smart for me, aren't they? You didn't have to line up for me, gentlemen. So who's in charge? It's James, isn't it? Come forward, young man, come forward, and tell me all about Summit Aviation.
Well, we started in 2020 during the COVID pandemic, amazingly, and it's sort of gone from there. We started trying to bring commercial aviation training standards into the private world, so into general aviation. We're all commercial pilots, well, most of our instructors are. So yeah, we've been very fortunate. We've got a good team, but we do need flying instructors. As you can see, our lovely sign down here.
Oh, you heard it here first. So if anyone's interested, come and meet James and the team. And how do people find out more information about yourselves?
Well, come and see us. We're actually doing flight experiences today, as when the weather allows us to. So you can either go flying or come and fly our 737 sim, which is in the building over there. But come and ask the guys for more information. They'll be more than happy to help you.
Go ahead. And I saw you wrestling the gazebo down earlier with this wonderful British weather we're having. But also, what's this park behind you? I've just seen people climbing in and having lots of fun, getting the picture taken.
So this is a Diamond DA40, so it's all glass cockpit, if that makes sense. So have a look. We can get you at Charles. We'll get you in the plane and he can show you it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm coming back to do that later. Oh, yeah, I'm not for doing that. Well, listen, gents, I'll let you get on. You all look so smart. Thanks for having a minute with me. And I'm sure if anybody wants to come in and meet the Summit team, they're over near the main gate. Right, I've also spotted one of our Airability flyers who's lurking over here. So let's go and have a chat with Charlie Cook. She's one of our flyers who got a scholarship years ago and is doing spectacularly well. Hello, Charlie. Nice to see you. So, how's things?
Really, really great. Yeah. I mean,
how's the flying all going?
Very, very good. I'm trying to juggle flying and A-levels right now, but it seems to be going really well right now.
Oh, so you're a busy girl. So if you can, just let everybody know a little bit about your journey into your scholarship. Any barriers, I guess, because it must have been quite daunting, and then how you found the whole process with Airability.
So I started flying in 2021. And I joined the JAP course, that's the Junior Aspiring Pilots Program. I did, because of COVID, I did all my ground school in the Easter online, and then they invited us to Blackbush to go flying.
Oh, who was your flying instructor?
Mike.
Oh, was it?
Mike and Steve.
Was he any good?
Oh, yeah.
I have to say, I know Mike Owen and Steve Brad very well, and they are the absolute best instructors I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, no, they really, really are. They're really, really supportive. They make the flying experience a little bit better.
Great. And what did you find that was the most challenging part of your flying?
Probably juggling everything at once. It's a lot to do, particularly when I have ADHD and dyslexia, for those of you who do not know. So reading checklists and doing radio calls, trying to juggle that at once was really, really difficult. But after many, many practice and trial runs, we managed to get it down pat.
And how many hours have you got now?
I don't actually know.
But you're absolutely slowly becoming the pin-up girl for Aerobility. And I think it's fair to say you have got a lot on, you're juggling a lot. And you're musical as well. So again, there's the whole thing with the aptitude for flying and the aptitude for musical instruments as well. It's probably go hand in hand, isn't it? So tell everyone what you play.
So I play the violin and viola. I did the NCO a couple years ago, 4 years consecutively, and then I got old and they kicked me out. I now do Junior Trinity, so that's the Trinity Laban Music Conservatoire, and I have been invited by the LSSO to come out to Belgium to perform with them.
Oh, my word. Well, I tell you what, you're going to have to fly out to Belgium. I think that's probably the dream, isn't it? And I think for anyone who's listening to Charlie chat and tell her story, anything really is possible. Charlie got one of our scholarships, but there are so many options to come and fly with Aerobility. Anyway, thank you so much for coming to chat to me, Charlie. Thanks to James and the crew from Summit. And it's over to George and Harriet on the main stage.
Home, you're having a really nice warm cup of coffee or maybe a hot chocolate and enjoying it. There's quite a breeze, as you can hear, coming from my right hand side, but at least the sky is a lot brighter than it was about an hour ago. But we're having a lot of fun. It is our first ever, of course, live, what was the Armchair Air Show, now Aerobility Live, and this is also going to be our first live session of Inspir-ability, an absolutely really, really interesting session of motivational interviews, and speakers have been going online for many, many months now. Indeed, it's been terrific. So to kick off today, our first live Inspir-ability session, please welcome to the stage Harriet Pound, A320 captain, and of course the inspiration behind Inspir-ability. Harriet.
Well, thank you, George. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. And welcome to Inspir-ability Live. You can catch every single one of our Inspir-ability episodes so far on our Aerobility YouTube channel and any major podcast platform. Now, I have been really privileged to interview over the last 2 series some incredibly inspirational guests from a variety of backgrounds. They have shared with us their stories with the help of inspiring and helping others to navigate their own journeys. Today's special guest is no exception. She's a fixed-wing and helicopter pilot. She is the marketing director of Transair Flight Equipment, and she is the founder of Elevate Her. Please, everybody, put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to Catherine Maloney.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, Catherine. Thank you so much for joining us. Please take a seat. Right, so thank you for coming to Inspir-ability today, our first live episode, so thank you. So first of all then, tell me, how did you get into aviation? Tell me about your career so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So my career in aviation started when I was 18, and actually before that time, I actually had no interest in flying, believe it or not. It wasn't until I had a trial lesson in a helicopter while I was working in a warehouse at Transair Flight Equipment that it really piqued my interest in, learning more about aviation. I'd always been curious, but I never thought I was the kind of person that could fly. I never saw myself as being a pilot. So it wasn't until I had to go on the controls myself the first time that I really thought, yeah, you know what, I absolutely love this and I can definitely do it. So from there, I went on to get my helicopter PPL, which I got at 19, and I absolutely love flying helicopters. I've been, so fortunate to be able to do that, and I've enjoyed it so much. But one of the things I love most about general aviation is the variety and all the different facets of the industry to get involved in. And I really became so curious about fixed wing flying and elements that had. So during COVID, when we're all grounded and I was, thinking, I thought, you know what, I really want to do my fixed wing license as well and learn more, improve my skills, improve my airmanship. So I went on to do my fixed wing license, and I got that when I was 23. And I just love all types of aviation. It's been fantastic so far.
So that's quite an unusual way around to do it then. So you did helicopters and fixed wings. So how did you find doing it that way around?
Yeah, honestly, I think I did an easy way round, to be honest. I think it's much easier to learn to fly a helicopter if you've got no previous conceptions about flying at all, which I didn't. I knew absolutely nothing. And then when I went onto the fixed wing side, I found it very different. But to me, that was a brilliant challenge, and I've got to improved my airmanship immensely. I'm not ashamed to say that I didn't know a lot of things when I was flying helicopter, like the fixed wing circuit, for example. I was like, what is this mystical thing that's above us? I have no idea what that is. Maybe not quite to the extent, but you know what I mean. And it really improved my overall understanding of aviating as a whole, and I had so much more of an appreciation for the whole industry. But yeah, it was definitely a challenge. I was way too comfortable flying slowly, which was a hangover, I think, from helicopters. But yeah, I really enjoyed the training. It was a great challenge, and yeah.
So let's talk a bit about the influences then, or any role models that you had throughout your initial start into aviation.
Yeah, so one of my biggest role models and mentors has been my dad. He's an incredible pilot and an immensely inspiring person, and I grew up watching him shows and things like that, but I was so much more preoccupied at that point with ice creams and bouncy slides, I think, rather than watching him fly, which I'm really sad about now. I wish I'd paid more attention. But it's been a great lesson for me as well, because I never really appreciated just how cool he is, and I didn't appreciate aviation as much as I should have done from an early age because I was surrounded with it all the time. But yeah, he's been an amazing mentor, and he never pushed me into flying, never pushed me into being at Transair. But when I wanted to do it off my own accord, he's always been immensely supportive, and yeah, he's got great advice.
One of the other influences that you mentioned when we were talking was about a book, Atomic Habits.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my big beliefs is that nothing's impossible. You just need a plan. That's all you need. So you need a plan, and you need to get 1% better every single day at what you do, and just try as hard as you can to make it happen. So that book has really helped me to go, okay, doesn't matter if you're having a bad day or a good day, just try and improve 1% every day. Control the controllables, do what you can to achieve your dreams.
One of the strap lines we have at Inspir-ability, well, main strap line is you have control. So I think you've encapsulated that really nicely there, saying, you have control, and you can just control the controllables and just try and get that one bit better every day, 1%.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this came back as well during my fixed wing training. I did struggle, well, not struggle, but, I had challenges, as everyone does during their training. And my instructor was amazing at going, control the controllables. You're flying to this airfield, ring them up. What's the wind doing? What runway are you going to be on? Control as much as you can, and then nothing's impossible.
And so that sort of bring into because another thing you said to me when we talked about how people describe you said your friends call you Airport Dad. Tell us a little bit about Airport Dad and why you're called Airport Dad.
I'm a real planner. I'm a massive, massive planner. I always have a list and a plan for everything. And for me, that is how I go about achieving what I want to achieve, and I'm not alone in that. Everyone loves well, not everyone, but I certainly love a planner, and I think the girls were laughing at me a little bit when we went to Aero Friedrichshafen this year, and I turned up with a 7-stage plan on how to get there, which was thwarted immediately because our journey went horribly wrong anyway, with cancelled ferries and whatnot. But I am a massive planner, and I firmly believe in nothing's impossible. You just need a plan.
So going on from being a massive planner, launching Elevate Her has actually been a little bit outside of your comfort zone in terms of not always being able to plan how it's going to turn out and actually relinquishing control. So we'll talk about that a little bit. But first of all, tell me, why did you launch Elevate Her?
Great question. So throughout all of my flight training, I never encountered another female pilot, whether that's a female instructor or female examiner or another female student. And that's not to detract from the amazing male instructors and mentors I've had in my career, but I was sensing a bit of lack of connection really with other like-minded women. So what I decided to do was to host a little lunch at Brighton City Airport where I was flying, and yeah, basically just hired a room, got a plate of sandwiches, put out an open invitation to as many women from across the industry as I could find, and see what happened. And I was, you know, a little bit nervous, to be honest. It's a pretty rogue move for me. So yeah, it was an interesting thing to do. But from that event, we had 40 women attend. We had the most amazing day, just talking, connecting, sharing stories. You know, it was just brilliant, just talking all things aviation. And really, it was those women that day that inspired me to take the initiative forward in a more meaningful way. And I decided to create Elevate Her, because I also thought there was a bit of a gap for a one-stop shop for all the resources you need to get into aviation, like where to learn to fly, how do I get into doing my PPL, how do I start doing my ATPL. So I tried to compile as much information as I could into one place, and that became the website. Now we've got the community element as well, where we run lots of events and things like that, and just connect as many women as we can globally.
One of the very common themes that I see in a lot of our guests when they talk about their stories, and when I ask them sort of their secrets behind it, or how they've been successful, they've always said surround yourself with a support network.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So fortunate, you know, when I launched Elevate Her, it was just me, and I'm so proud to say that I've got a team of 14 amazing women around me, they're just incredible, and we all encourage each other, and it's so important for, you know, wider careers, not just even in aviation, but any other leadership careers with women, to have a support system around you where you can all lift each other up and empower one another.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you find your tribe.
Yeah, find your tribe. Yeah, exactly.
So talk about leadership. So obviously you're very young and you've done incredible things. So tell us a little bit about coping with leadership and success at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, success, I'll let you know when I get there. I don't think I'm quite yet there yet. I mean, I've only been in the industry 7 years, and there's a lot more still left to do. But I've immensely enjoyed my career so far. And when it comes down to leadership, I think so much of it is self-confidence and having conviction in your own beliefs. And I've had a lot of lessons to learn throughout, you know, over my short career so far. And one of them has been, particularly I think from my perspective, coming in as quite a young woman into the aviation industry, is I've changed my leadership style quite a lot. So when I was younger, I used to come in with maybe a bit more of an aggressive, like, I'm here attitude, you know, like, I know what I'm talking about. And that didn't really work for me, you know, and I had to really learn that it's more important to have a quiet confidence and a quiet belief in your own convictions. And that only comes through time and experience. And now I have a much more conservative, you know, like I know what I'm doing is right, it's what I want to do. I'm confident in my beliefs and my knowledge, and that's a much more quiet way to take leadership forward. But, you know, that's been a personal journey really for myself, I think, over the last few years.
And what inspired you to make that change? Was it maybe looking at other female leaders and seeing how they led, or looking at, or maybe getting feedback? What was the journey?
Do you know what? It's actually really interesting. I was thinking about this the other day, and actually it was a meeting I had with a lady who was very high up in a big aviation company, and we were talking about, you know, meeting strategies and things like that. And she looked at me, and I really wanted to impress her, so I was going into overdrive, you know, like talking, and she said, you know what? Sometimes the best thing, and some things that close meetings the best, is just the silence. You don't need to feel like you need to fill the space all the time. And, you know, I was 18 when I had this interaction with her, and I just thought about that so much. I was like, oh my goodness, she's so right. It's, you know, you don't need to. I think sometimes, especially as a woman in a male-dominated industry, you want to be the best. You want to make sure that you're known for having the facts and having all the information, and to, you know, put yourself out there. But if you're confident in what you're doing, sometimes it's best just sit back and just let it, you know, just sit in your own quiet belief.
Yeah, it's a little bit of imposter syndrome, I think. We're talking about that as well. Do you find that you've ever sort of had imposter syndrome, or have you got any?
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, right now. Right now. But, you know, I think imposter syndrome actually is a positive thing, because all it is a gap between where you are now and where you will be. So, if you look at it like that, no, you're never failing, you're never doing anything wrong, you've just got more to learn. And every experience you do is you're going to learn more and more, and then suddenly you've closed that gap to who you want to be or who you think you can be, and then you get the next thing and the next thing, and that's how it should be.
And you've got a great team behind you, and I think, it's important to remember that sometimes, if you're in a position, you're there because someone's believed in you, and they've put you there because they've believed in you.
Yeah, I think, it's so important to inspire one another and lift each other up, and I've kind of encountered in my career perhaps sometimes maybe the perception that there's only space for one woman in this area of the industry or two, and then maybe you think, oh, that's it, there's only space for two of us. But it's not, there's space for everyone, and we should all bring each other up together. We should all empower and lift each other up and be each other's supports and advice groups and everything. And that's what is going to make a difference in increasing the percentage of women in this industry.
Absolutely, and collectively we achieve so much more of supporting each other.
Absolutely, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about building resilience then, because what you've done is absolutely incredible, but I'm sure there have been some challenges along the way. So tell me how you build resilience and what tips you've got for our online and live audience.
Yeah. So resilience has been a big theme for me over my short career in aviation so far. Particularly, I've done some stuff on social media, and I've had various comments over the years, as I'm sure a lot of people have, where it's perhaps undermining your perception of your own flying, saying you're flying on the wrong side, or it's Photoshop, or you're doing this wrong and that wrong. And you really have to go back then when you get those comments and go, am I doing this right? Do I believe that what I'm doing is correct? And if you do, that is resilience. That's you going back to yourself and reaffirming, yes, I am doing this right. I am confident and happy in what I'm doing. And I think that's been one of the biggest themes for me, really, especially on social media, is to have to come back to myself and really believe in what I'm doing. So I'm very grateful for those experiences and those challenges, because I think they've pointed me in a much better direction and really strengthened my character over the years.
And in terms of how you can build resilience, what tips can you give?
Yeah, I think resilience is a hard one. I feel like it's something you have to experience yourself, so it's challenges you have to go through. But I would always recommend coming back to, what do you think about yourself? Because everyone else is just noise. What do you think about what you're doing? Do you believe what you're doing is right? And to always come back to, my opinion of myself is the only thing that really matters at the end of the day.
And listening, like you say, everything else is just noise, but you surround yourself with this team of people whose opinions that you trust. And if you have those moments where you're doubting yourself, you know who your tribe is, you know who you can speak to.
Absolutely, go to those people, talk it through, and as long as you and your tribe are happy, then that's all good.
So you mentioned just now overcoming challenges, so tell us a little about some challenges you've had to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many challenges along the way, as everyone has in their aviation career when you're learning to fly and you're going through things, or you're setting up a business or whatever. But I really think that challenges are so positive because they really point you towards where you should be. You learn so much from them going forward. I mean, certainly I've had lots of challenges in Elevate Her, and people perhaps not agreeing or having a different opinion. But those actually have been very useful for me, because it really refines your opinion and your arguments and makes you really think, oh my God, am I doing the right thing? So I think those actually have been very useful for me.
And it really strengthens your inner resolve as well.
Totally, absolutely, yeah. You have to firmly believe in yourself and what you're doing, yeah.
And let's talk a little bit now about women in aviation and the mission behind Elevate Her. So why do you think Elevate Her is important for, my goodness, look at this weather, fantastic.
I'm able to take my glasses off.
We're still just about dry here. So let's talk a little bit about why you think Elevate Her is important for raising the profile of women in aviation.
Yeah, so I think raising the percentage of women in aviation across all aviation careers is immensely important. And I believe that because diversity breeds innovation. And this industry cannot continue to thrive unless we have innovative thinking, diversity of thought, and diversity of background to bring that about. So that is really the mission. Oh my goodness.
So tell me...
Sorry. Got a face full of rain there.
So let's talk a bit about the numbers of women in aviation. Can you share those with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So they're still incredibly low. So even in the UK, it still sits at about 5% for female pilots, which come on guys, it's 2024. It's too low. We need to get the numbers up, and Elevate Her is dedicated to doing that. We do that through changing the narrative at a ground root level. So with information resources online and to schools, cadets, also through social media, through promoting really positive female role models, of which we have so many in the UK and overseas, to change that perception at a fundamental level, and hopefully more young women will see others achieving the industry and want to do it themselves.
How can we encourage more women into the aviation industry or to consider it as a career?
Yeah, I think that is the biggest question. I think a lot of it does come down to role models. And when I was at school even, we did aptitude training, and mine actually came out as an RAF pilot, and I threw it in a bin. I thought,
really?
Yeah, I thought, I can't do that. I'm not the person. And I think it was because, looking back, I'd never seen someone like myself in that role. Like, I never, I thought Tom Cruise, do you know what I mean? Like, I did not think someone like me. So I think unless we can change that perception for young kids, when they say draw a pilot, they perhaps draw a female pilot, then I think we won't get anywhere. So I think that's why social media will play such a big role over the coming years, because I think putting all of those images out there, that positive content, is going to change that narrative.
And you can't be what you can't see.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So what about women in leadership roles? Because maybe not just in the aviation industry, but also looking in other industries as well. There's still a real shortage of women in leadership roles, particularly in the boardroom. So what would you say to women to encourage them to apply for those roles?
I would say make sure you have a good support system around you. I think that's really important, to have people you can go to who are going to lift you up. Because it can be a lonely place, and you can feel like maybe you don't belong there. But it comes back to finding your tribe, whether it's Elevate Her, whether it's another organisation that helps you. As long as you have a group of people around you that can lift you up, and also as long as you've got strong conviction in yourself and your confidence in yourself that you can do it, then go for it.
And also putting your hand forward, putting your hand up and putting yourself forward. Because I think lots of studies have shown that women will see a job description and they think if they don't meet one of the criteria, that's it, they can't apply. Whereas
so true.
men, men that will know they meet maybe half the criteria will go, well, yeah, I'll give that a go. So it's about actually encouraging women to go, you're actually more than good enough, just give it a go.
And that's when it comes down to empowering each other as well, and going, you can do this, put yourself forward, you are definitely good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes maybe people outside, they can see the wood from the trees, and they can say, we can see that you've got these skills, so go for it.
Yeah,
go
absolutely.
For it. Fantastic. So let's talk a bit about the driving missions then behind Elevate Her.
Yeah, so the driving mission is really simple, and that's just to raise the numbers of women in aviation careers globally. So that is very much our mission. We are completely dedicated to it. We have members now all over the world, globally. We have a completely free membership, so everything with Elevate Her is free to attend our events, free to have all our resources. And, we are wanting to change this at a fundamental level, and I really do think that now is the time, and we have a fantastic team who are equally as passionate about this, and I really do think we can make a difference.
And you said also about the gender of pilots, because I often find that you have to say the term female pilots.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one, and I've gone backwards and forwards myself on a lot of these issues, including, do we even need organisations just for women in aviation? My thoughts are yes, we do, until the point where we don't need them, and I really hope that happens, where it comes completely normalised. And it's the same with kind of the term pilot. I usually say female pilot, and for me that's because it's fundamentally changing the narrative at a base level, because in your mind the picture changes straight away. But I really hope in the future that once we say pilot, it's a completely encompassing image we have in our head.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, the little children at school will draw a picture of a female pilot, or it doesn't matter what gender the pilot is, but not always just stereotyped to Tom Cruise or Sully. Or Fantastic. Yeah. So let's talk a bit about diversity and inclusivity then. Why do you think that's important?
Yeah, I mean, totally. I've kind of, said a little bit about this already, but diversity breeds innovation, and the aviation industry just thrives on innovation. If we want the industry to become, safer, greener, more sustainable over the years, we need those new ideas and those new thoughts, and that's only going to come from people from a diverse range of backgrounds, experiences, and that is why diversity is so important in this industry.
And what do you think organisations can do? I mean, I'm thinking that here at Aerobility, for example, we've got the Equal Skies Charter, which is about looking at, our disabled community and how making opportunities more accessible for them within the aviation industry as well. So what do you think the employers can do to look at maybe getting more pilots in that are women, or more employees that are women?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are definitely things that can be done. I mean, one of them is working with organisations like Elevate Her. We do a lot about sharing opportunities, job opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities, with our network, who are the kind of consumer base, as it were, looking for these opportunities. But also think, we've got to look at language and the way that we present roles. So, a lot of it is very kind of male pronoun-y type language, and if maybe we could make it a bit more neutral as well. There's little areas where we can maybe encourage women to think, hey, this isn't just a male thing, this is for me too. And even things like airfields. I mean, I've been to airfields where there are no ladies loose. I know it sounds really silly, and it does sound really silly, but little things like that we can do across the board in the industry to make it more of a welcoming place.
I remember when I started my flying training, which wasn't that many years ago, there wasn't actually a female uniform.
Yeah,
there was a male uniform and a female uniform. Absolutely, and things like maternity policies as well.
Absolutely, yeah, totally.
And I think another thing a lot of women who I've spoken to airlines are looking at now is menopause support as well, because I think we're losing employers, not just in aviation but throughout many employers and many industries are losing women, either childbirth, maternity, menopause. There's a sort of leaky pipeline.
Yeah, totally. I mean, once you get more women into aviation, what do you do with them? This is a big question, and we really need to look at our policies when it comes to menopause, when it comes to talking about women with young kids and how we support that and how we retain all of this talent and all of this knowledge in the industry. Definitely.
Is Elevate Her working with any industries, with any employers at the moment for that?
We definitely would like to. I mean, we've only been going a year so far, so this is definitely something in our 5-year plan to be doing and just spreading awareness. But as you know, we write a lot of blogs on this kind of thing. Make sure we give the platform to as many people as we can to speak about these issues, because they are so important and we need to talk about them more in this industry.
But actually, your last blog at Elevate Her, I found that really interesting, because it was talking about whether women are being designed out of aviation, because it was talking about the dimensions that we use to design certain cockpits.
Yeah.
Saying, well, actually, a lot of women don't fit in those. Can you tell us a little bit about that blog?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would love to claim to have written it, but I didn't. It was written by Maddie Dooley, who's an amazing writer and one of our volunteers. But yeah, it's just phenomenal about, how the industry is just not designed for women at kind of a base level, even with aircraft. And I believe, you may want to look up this blog yourselves, but one of the quotes from it was that only 6% of the women who apply to be in the RAF as a pilot will actually make the physical requirements to be able to sit in the seats, which is quite phenomenal, really, when you think about it. And I know that improvements are being made and other adjustments are being made, but we really need to look at this at a fundamental level when we're designing aircraft, even, which is why it's so important to get more women into engineering roles and aircraft design roles as well.
And I also saw on social media that you're joining up with some organisations to do apprenticeships as well.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about those?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a few amazing partners who have all kinds of opportunities. So one of them is Aviation, which is an amazing aviation critical company. They have lots of roles available at the moment for pilots. They're trying to get more female pilots and engineers in there. And also Draken, we've recently partnered with as well. They're offering some incredible apprenticeships in the engineering sector. So definitely recommend you check those out going forward, because they would love to see some more women apply for those roles too.
What would you say to any women who've maybe got a bit of self-doubt about putting themselves forward for those roles?
Go for it. You can do it. No, and you know what? The worst thing is they say no.
That's true.
It's not the end of the world, and I think there's no such thing as failure. There's only something to point you in the direction you're always supposed to go in. I know that sounds a bit wishy-washy, but I do genuinely believe that we don't fail at things, we're just pointed in the right direction. And just go for it, apply. Like, the worst thing is they could say, hey, no, because of these couple of reasons, try again next year or something like that. And that's not a bad thing, that's feedback. So yeah, I would definitely say give it a try, why not?
Actually, when we were talking before the show, I was saying to you about one of the things we often talk about in Inspir-ability is overcoming failure. And that's when you said to me, well, I don't believe in failure.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to anybody who's maybe failed at something and they're trying to move forwards from it?
I would say you haven't failed, you've just learned something. Just look at, we've all come across challenges. We've all had to go back and reassess maybe what we're doing, and okay, I didn't approach that right, or I could have done that better. But that's not failing. That's just learning something about yourself and learning more for the future going forward.
Are there any challenges you can think of that you've overcome that you can share with us that we can learn from today?
Yeah, definitely. So, I was quite an anxious pilot really when I was flight training, and I had to really overcome that challenge by believing in myself. And I really don't think I'm alone in that. I think that a lot of people experience kind of anxiety, self-doubt, when they're training. They think, God, I'm not good enough. I don't deserve to be here. And that's something very personal you have to overcome. But I think you can only do that by kind of positive talk to yourself, go, hey, well, I've got this far, I've done that, I've done this, so, and really build up a case for yourself in your head and to move that forward. But also, like I said earlier, control the controllables. If you know that you are maybe struggling with something, do as much as you can to improve the situation, whatever it may be. So I know I was quite apprehensive when I was coming up to my cross-country qualifier in fixed wing. So I did as much planning as I could. I controlled everything I could control. I planned down to the minute. I rang all the airfields. I got all the information I possibly could, and it really mitigated that kind of apprehension, and I ended up absolutely loving it, as we all do when we go flying. It's amazing. But yeah, I would say control the controllables, believe in yourself.
And also, I think the other thing you touched on with Atomic Habits was just trying to get that little bit better each day.
Yeah.
Don't try and bore the ocean. Don't expect to go from 0 to ATPL hero in a day.
Oh God, yeah. When you look at it, if you want to be a commercial pilot or even if you want to be a PPL pilot, it looks like a mountain to climb. It's huge. It's a huge challenge. But if you try and get that 1% better every day, improve that 1%, move that tiny bit closer every day, then before you know it, you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just small steps, isn't it? Small steps, day by day, incremental gains. Fantastic. So let's talk about Elevate Her then. One of the things you said when we were talking is about how you like to plan everything.
Yeah.
But with Elevate Her, you sort of relinquished control.
I have, yeah. It was terrifying.
So how did you do that?
Well, when I went to launch Elevate Her, to be honest, I was pretty scared. I knew that I didn't know how it would be received. It was something that I very much firmly believed in, but I also knew that I had gone backwards and forwards myself, thinking, God, do we need stuff just for women in aviation? Is this maybe not needed now? But I thought about it a lot, and I thought, yes, we do still need this now until the day we don't. So I stuck with it. I didn't plan anything past the launch, so I knew I had a day where I was going to launch it, and after that I had no plan. So that was very different for me. But launch went well. But for me, it was really important that it was always community driven. So it was always driven by our members, what they wanted and what they wanted to see. So in fact, we didn't even have a membership when we started because I didn't know if people would want that. And it wasn't until we got a lot of comments going, I really want to be more a part of this. Can I be a member? That I thought, okay, let's do this in a way that can be fully accessible to everyone. But we are very much driven by the community, which is why I've had to relinquish control. I think I've kind of said this to you before. Sometimes I feel like Elevate Her's PA. A little bit. It's taken on a life of its own, which is incredible, and I'm here to help it come to fruition the way people want it to.
And tell me what's next for Elevate Her. What are your future plans?
Yeah, so we have a lot of future plans actually. We have a lot going on. We have a new launch coming soon, which will be very exciting, and it will be more of an interactive way for people to connect with each other globally. So we have a lot of events coming up. I will be going to Oshkosh quite soon, and we are also going to Air Expo Abu Dhabi in November as well. So our intention is fully to be a global community of women and encompass all different aviation careers.
Fantastic. That's absolutely incredible. So not just the UK, but globally.
Global. In fact, now we have members all over the world. We have members everywhere from Iceland to the States to Norway to Australia, New Zealand, all over the place, which has just been amazing to see.
And tell me about some of the team that you're working with at Elevate Her.
Yeah, they're all absolutely fantastic. We have some incredible people. I've always also mentioned Maddie Dooley, who's one of our blog writers. She's a FO for EasyJet. Incredible Jess Fraser, who's here today, Lily, Ez, and Charlie as well, who are in the crowd somewhere today. But no, they're all incredible women in aviation in their own rights, pilots, engineers, air traffic controllers, and I feel so proud and so honoured to be working with them.
And for anybody wanting to get involved with Elevate Her, how can they do it?
Just get in contact with us. You drop us a line, drop us a message on Instagram, just send us an email. We're always looking for really enthusiastic people to come and help us out, spread the word and help with the mission.
Fantastic. So what would you say to anybody listening to this interview who's listened to you starting Elevate Her? What advice or what would you hope that they would take away from your incredible story today?
I would hope people take away that do what you believe is right, do what makes you happy, and as long as you have your self-belief, your self-conviction in what you want to do, that's all that matters, and just go for it.
And is there anything, if you were going to go back to Catherine prior to starting Elevate Her, or maybe Catherine at school, anything you wish you'd known or anything that you'd like to say?
I wish I'd had more self-belief then. I wish especially when I was at school, I really wish I'd believed in myself more, but then I had to learn that the hard way. I think as we all do, we all got to go through a bit of character building and learn our lessons the hard way. So I wouldn't change anything at all, and I'm just really grateful for the experiences I've had.
And how do you think women can boost? 'Cause I think it's a common theme that I see that, I fly with women that are absolutely brilliant as first officers, and I say to them, when are you going for your promotion to captain? Yeah. And they say, I don't think I'm ready yet, I don't think I'm good enough. And I think, but you're brilliant, you're brilliant. Yeah. So how can we build our self-esteem?
I think that's a very individual question as well. I mean, for me, it really came down to that positive talk in my head, and I think it's one of those things that can only come from you. You have to dig deep and think, am I ready for this? And also, am I prepared, even if I'm not 100% there, to make that leap? It comes back to imposter syndrome. Can I learn? Can I, maybe start and start that process forward? But I really do think it comes individually from people, and you've got to have that self-belief and self-confidence. But you've got to learn it. I'm afraid it's kind of one of those things, isn't it? But yeah, I think it's a massive support system as well is so helpful. Like you said, women lifting each other up, and if you're not sure, you have someone to talk to who can maybe help each other.
Absolutely. Well, Catherine, you are an incredible inspiration. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited to hear about Elevate Her, and I'm really excited to hear about where it's going to go. And we wish you all the best of luck in the future.
No, thank you so much for having me today, despite the weather. It's been absolutely delightful, even if a bit breezy. But no, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Harriet and Catherine. What an extraordinary message. That is so strong. But thank you, ladies, for the most extraordinary session, the first live Inspir-ability we've had, and you went through probably one of the strongest storms. You really held it together. Well done, the pair of you. Absolutely first class, and a wonderful, wonderful message. Thank you so much. Right now we're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with Liz in just a moment.
stage, not on the jet Provost, because we've decided because of the weather we're going to migrate to the stage. And I think Tatiana and I have got the only 2 dry places in the whole of the airfield to sit on for our interview. So this is Tatiana Shabensko. She brought her jet Provost, which you can see off to the right-hand side of me, in this morning. And we're just going to have a chat about Tatiana's career. So thank you for coming, Tatiana. I know that there were some challenges this morning with the weather.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky. Hello.
Hello.
It's very nice to be here and see so many aviation enthusiast pilots. It's fantastic. Thank you for inviting.
And where have you flown in from this morning?
From Church Fenton, which they now call Leeds East. I was supposed to come from Nottingham today, but plans changed, so the flight was actually longer than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and I've just heard from HQ that because of the wind, we need you to talk right into the microphone, because I don't know if you can all hear us. Hopefully you can. We're trying our best here on the stage. And was it a smooth journey down then this morning with the weather?
Well, I should say it was fantastic. It was sunshine, brilliant.
Yeah, well, I tell you,
we're not going to mention any rain.
No, and I tell you what,
or the leaking cockpit or any of that.
No, well, I also flew in an aircraft, the mighty Chinook helicopter, which is coming overhead later, and it was like a flying sieve. So I absolutely feel your pain, and I think the journey home later on is going to be quite interesting. So you're from Ukraine. Tell us a little bit about your journey from Ukraine over to England, and then how you got into flying, because you said earlier you've never actually flown an aircraft in Ukraine.
No, in Ukraine, I was at a school which was positioned just opposite an Air Force flight training school with a massive MiG on a pedestal, and I never felt a thing when I looked at it. I only felt that I really wanted to be a pilot when I saw a B-52 at Duxford. And when I saw that very beautiful aeroplane, I thought, this is the one. And that's when I realized I wanted to be a pilot.
Oh, well, I actually watched your Inspir-ability interview that you did with Aerobility recently and heard that it was actually a completely different job that brought you over to the UK, wasn't it?
Yeah, I came for work and I just worked in the office. It wasn't exciting. I didn't feel very happy, you know. It's my aeroplane which made me happy in the end, gave a purpose for me.
Yeah. So the start of your flying journey, what was the first aircraft then you began to fly in?
The cheapest one, obviously.
Yeah.
It was a Cessna 152, I think.
Yeah, and it's not a cheap sport, is it? I think
it was a far cry from a B-52 I really wanted to fly.
And obviously, I mean, one of the other things that we've got in common is that you're one of the only females that do this, if not the only female, I think. And for a lot of your flying journey, you have been kind of on your own in that minority, and that's something that I absolutely resonate with as well. And we were just chatting off stage, you know, flying suits are not designed for women, are they? They're not the most.
Definitely.
They're not the easiest thing for anyone. Oh, I don't know what's going on off to the right-hand side. Can you still hear us all? Yeah, for any females around the audience who wear flying suits for flying, they're not the easiest to negotiate, are they?
My flying suit, which I'm not wearing today, has got a story. I got it for £10 on eBay, and it came from a test pilot. It's pink. It's a very girly color.
Oh, I love that.
But it was double the size, so I had to alter it myself.
Yeah, and I noticed you've got your pink hat here as well with you today, haven't you? Yeah, no, I absolutely feel that pain. A lot of the kit that we got issued in the Air Force was just not designed for women,
No.
so I was constantly rolling up my sleeves and having to amend my things so that I could wear them. And you mentioned about your boots as well. I commented on you've got the most amazing flying boots on today. And why have you chosen those ones? Why do you wear those ones?
My very first flying shoes were GOAT shoes.
Okay,
They
yeah.
had a huge platform because I was concerned that I was a little bit too short. Luckily, I wasn't too short, and I could reduce my platform. You do need platform when you turn it upside down and you want to do a hesitation roll. I feel much more comfortable wearing platforms. But yeah, it's a special needs flying gear, I would say.
Well, I think it's fair to say there's not many pilots can say they go flying in platforms. And platforms can be quite a different thing to us here in the UK when we're wearing platform high heels. But so tell me a little bit then how you got into flying the jet Provost.
It was by luck. We ran out of fuel where I was learning for my PPL, and we went to North Weald. And there in the squadron, I saw an advertisement that as a civilian, I could learn to fly a de Havilland Vampire, a first-generation jet, which is an unbelievable privilege. By the time I finished PPL, they unfortunately stopped training. So I had to find a jet provost for myself. They do train in the Vampire again now, which is fantastic news for anybody who wants to get trained on a heritage aircraft. So the Vampire is the first generation jet, and the jet provost is the second generation jet. So they're very early aircraft, which come from the times when Britain used to produce and export huge amounts of various airplanes. So the Vampire served in 26 countries.
Wow.
And my aircraft served in Yemen for 4 years, where it sustained combat damage. And then it served in Singapore, where luckily there was no war at the time. And then it came back to the UK. So these aircraft serve to remind us that Britain used to make lots and lots of aircraft and export them abroad. We were a leading manufacturer of aircraft and engines.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier that your aircraft and the one that you brought in today, this one that we can all see, and hopefully Harvey and Neil might get a look in later on, this isn't your actual aircraft. So tell us a little bit about your specific one, because it's very close to your heart, isn't it?
Yes, it's my baby. So we call it baby. She was born in 1964, and it was modified to a T-52 export armed variant in 1967 by marshals in Cambridge. So it went to South Yemen and completed 900 combat sorties as a light ground attack aircraft.
Wow.
On one unlucky day, it sustained combat damage, so it features 2 bullet holes in the fuselage. So it's currently the only T-52 still flying and the only jet with combat damage still flying in the UK and probably beyond.
Yeah, that's incredible. And have they patched the damage up, or have they left it as it is?
It's patched, so there is a small entry wound and a larger exit wound from the explosion of that particular bullet. So it's patched up, it's very nice and neat, very pretty, and kids love it. You know, when we do STEM events with scouts, cadets, schools, colleges, that's the favorite place to look at. Is the fire button in the cockpit on the joystick, where you can pretend to be in the combat. Where you really don't want to be.
Yeah, not a good place to be. I've been there myself, not much fun. But you're right about some aircraft really do tug on your heartstrings, don't they? And we mentioned briefly before we come on about the smell of some aircraft, and I think, you know, we also said that I think females can get very attached to our airframes, can't we? And I've certainly got my favourite Chinook that I used to fly on Bravo November, which is now retired, and it's in a museum, which is never a good thing. But you have a smell and an attachment to certain airframes. So, I mean, how long have you been flying that particular airframe?
Since 2011, which makes it about 13 years, I guess. And
Wow.
I feel so grateful for every year I'm able to spend with a baby. Because obviously this aircraft will not be with us forever. And it takes a huge effort from a team of engineers, volunteers, pilots to keep this going. You used to require an air force to keep this aircraft going. And the Queen used to pay for it.
Yeah, and you've got a really good point there. You know, these aircraft, it's the people that breathe life back into them and keep them alive, isn't it? And that keep them going. So what have you got planned for the rest of the year? Are you taking her to any events?
I am hoping to make lots and lots of events, particularly STEM events for the local schools, and not just local schools, but also cadets, scouts. We've got quite a few events penciled in. And also what we're trying to do at the same time is help save Nottingham Airfield from closure. When all these kids come to visit the aircraft, you can see how important it is to keep the airfield open and how important it is to keep historic aircraft flying. So these initiatives of preserving the airfields and preserving historic aircraft go hand in hand with educating and inspiring young people.
Yeah, absolutely.
And bringing communities together. We have lots and lots of families coming for community days at Nottingham. Hundreds and hundreds of people want to be there, want to be part of aviation and have fun.
No, and not only are you inspiring those youngsters, but, you know, male, female, whoever's coming to have a look, but I think, as we've already heard from Catherine and Harriet on the stage earlier, you're such a huge ambassador for females in the aviation world. And I think, you know, especially with the challenges you face in your life as well, to be able to go on and do what you're doing. So, yeah.
Thank you. Challenges only keep growing, but as they say, you never get a challenge which you can't meet.
No, and one of the things you did speak about in the Inspir-ability video was just about that, about adapting, overcoming with your kit, but also that continuation to keep learning. And I think, you know, it's fair to say you've never stopped learning, have you?
That's, my favorite quote is from Top Gun, obviously, that the pilot is compelled to evaluate their mistakes so that they can learn from them.
Yeah, and I think we all learn more from our mistakes, don't we, than we ever do from success. So, yeah.
Yeah, the more we make, the more we grow.
And what time are you setting off at today then, so people can watch you?
I'm thinking we will probably depart very shortly after 4 o'clock to make the best out of this great weather.
Well, yes, I will absolutely be keeping my fingers crossed for some great weather later on. And like I said earlier, yeah, we're going to watch a quick video as we play out from Tatiana, a little bit of VT for you to see her in action. And thank you so much for joining me on the stage.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed talking to you.
Safe journey home.
Thank you.
It's a completely different day here now, isn't it? It's absolutely extraordinary. I'm not sure what it's like back home on your sofa. Probably really cozy and having a really super afternoon. But at long last, the great British sunshine has arrived. We hope everybody are having a super, super time. We'd love to see some more children and families up here at the stage. I'm sure you've got lots of really interesting questions to ask us, so please do come along. But what a series of really inspiring talks that was from both Tatiana and before that Catherine. Truly, truly inspiring indeed. But we're going to just reflect now on a few other things, because earlier on today, of course, with the King's Birthday Parade, a terrific fly past. We're not sure whether all of it took place at 1300, but we've managed to snaffle a little bit of action from 3 of the Chinooks, which we're hoping to see in about 10 minutes' time. To help us talk through the whole sequencing of flying across London, well, please welcome 2 more guests. First of all, John Windover, of course, our regular team member, but also joining him and me today, please welcome Andy Robbins, ex-Red 10, now a commercial pilot, but many years, and a very, very good buddy of Aerobility, because he's been a trustee of the charity as well. Andy, great to see you here.
Pleasure to be here, George. Thank you very much for inviting me to Aerobility Live.
Well, no, it's just a pleasure to have you here. Now, one of the things we share in common amongst an awful lot of other fun is flying, doing a full fly pass across the centre of London.
Yes, it's quite an event for any pilot. It's a hell of a privilege to be invited to do so. I'm fortunate to have done, I think, maybe 3 now.
Wow.
That was in my service military career. So once as a tornado pilot on the wing of a Nimrod in probably as bad as weather today as we had today. Second time was leading a pair of HS-125s flying through central London, again on the wing of one of the C-17s. And that was on the Royal flight. And then the other time was in the back seat of Red 1 as flying part of the Red Arrows as Red 10.
And being a Red Arrows pilot, you were on time. I'd just like to welcome back on the stage John Windover. John, nice of you to pop in.
Well, thank you very much, George. Yes,
please,
thank you. Yes,
please,
I got the hack.
Please, gentlemen, take a seat. Because what would be good now, until we get the cue, we've asked production to cue us, and everybody be aware we are... pretty much, I'm 95% certain, going to get this fly past from the Chinooks this afternoon. And we will obviously take the cameras, for those of you online, onto that fly past. But going back to our sharing stories over London, and it's a phenomenal thing to do, isn't it? But your focus is totally in the cockpit, surely.
Oh, hugely, yes. The idea of messing something up in public is very, very concentrating of the mind. You don't want to let the squadron down, and you want to fly accurately. You've had the meetings, you've been nominated by the squadron, which is, some small honour. It's also a question of availability as well. Is the squadron available? Have we got the aircraft available in tasking? But somehow, we always pull together the aircraft. We always have the crews available for the QBF as it was and the KBF as it is now, which is the King's Birthday Fly Past on Trooping the Colour.
Now, we've been talking about timing, and I hope you brought your raffle ticket for the Flyer Watch, by the way. We'll be coming back to that shortly. Timing is everything for these things, and now I happened to be working an event in Portsmouth last week where the timing didn't quite work out quite so well. It's a big plan to go to. You take off up in Lincolnshire, you've got to be over the Palace at dead on the minute. How is all that put together?
Well, it takes place over months, many months indeed. There's a planning meeting. Traditionally, it's been at Coningsby, where the lead crews, the lead people nominated some months before, will go down and all meet together. There'll be one lucky person from the Royal Air Force nominated as lead planner, lead timer. They've got all the coordination and planning to do in terms of sequencing as many, many different aircraft types. And when you hear aircraft types, that's everything from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, helicopters, fast jets, transports, and everything in between. So you've got different speeds to arrive at the same time.
Sorry, we've got the VT running, so we'll talk on through this, which is great. Yes, production team. Right, lovely. Thank you very much, boys. We've got a great team in the backyard, by the way. We'll thank them later on during the day. Now, talking about those different aircraft, though, there is a lot of planning in that because they're all different speeds, different performance curves, but we actually want them to go through together. How's that little bit done?
So there's some holds. What is a holding pattern? Very much like if you're coming back from your holidays, definitely into Heathrow, is you'll be doing a hold. And so what the planners will do, the different aircraft from the different speeds will be given different holds. They're then given a leaving time to roll out into a big long procession, a big long train, and at their different speed, they will get to the TOT on time. Now, each of the faster aircraft, steadily more faster, the transport's next, then the fast jets, they then roll in behind that slow aircraft at a slightly different time, and each time is adjusted, and that is timing all the way back from your departure point to your hold point. And now the holds are really interesting, because out over, just off Colchester, just over the sea there, just near Clacton, there's 3 stacks, and all the aircraft will be holding at their own height and speed, waiting for their go time. When their go time goes, they leave, adjust the time and speed to make sure they hit various timing gates all the way down through the southeast and then up Pall Mall.
Oh, it's extraordinary, and we'd be very lucky with the Chinooks we've got here with us today being part of that packet of different aircraft. Now, is dispersal as complicated as arrival?
Yes, it can be really quite exciting, and a bit more exciting than you'd imagine. There's some hills just west of London, Princess Risborough, High Wycombe, all around there. And all the aircraft are coming from different bases. So not only have they come from different places, marshalled and held and got their timing sorted out in the holds just off Colchester, they're then all rolled in on time and now are at different speeds at the same time and place in a very narrow, congested bit of airspace with Heathrow International Airport twin runway operations just a couple of miles away.
Yeah, it is absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? Now, from my perspective on formation flying, and I trained, I think we're both Jet Provos people, aren't we? We both started our training.
Carno's for me, George.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, well.
It wasn't the piston Provos, was it, George?
Thank you. That's an old corny joke.
Sorry.
But it's for me, it's either the best place is either being at the front or possibly being at the back, because at the front you've got to have a big brain and you've got to perhaps acknowledge everything. Now, have you managed to lead any of these formations, or were you like on the wing?
I was always, thankfully for everyone else, a wingman. So I was very fortunate just to be hanging on, just stick search report, just stay in welded wing. And I think on the first one I was flying Tornado on the wing of a Nimrod as it was then, and we were flying through the really bad weather on the egress, going out of the target away. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight fighters, they spun pretty much straight away due north. The helicopters spun due south, straight off the approach. And then all of us, all the transports and the jets, then flew west to try and get out west towards Brize Norton. We had an exercise. Some aircraft were landing down at St Morgan. Others were heading all the way back up to Scotland. So we had this really bad weather to get through. And I remember just focusing on the wing lights and the pod on the end of a Nimrod's wingtip. At some points, I couldn't see the fuselage of the aircraft. I just had this
bouncy Nimrod wingtip just near my canopy, and it got a bit tight, a bit emotional.
So I think we can see the fly past now on the big screen there. I've been on the ground watching the fly past in London, and it's absolutely fantastic. So, you know, the perspective from the cockpit compared to the public on the ground is entirely different, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, your focus is to maintain your position. Now, I've done a bit of formation flying as well, and it's all about station keeping, flying the references. Tell us a bit about the references, because it's all done by hand-eye and radio calls, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, depending on the aircraft type, you know, you think of a Nimrod or a C-17. We're flying the HS-125 on the C-17's wing. It's a huge moment. You're quite a long way from his central axis of roll. You're a long way out on the wingtip, and you're also a long way lower on the inside of the turn. So you're really trying to think about that in terms of power. You're trying to get the power on to be at the height of the turn, and then hopefully, once you're rolling out, then you're lined up fully on Pall Mall, which is roughly a heading of 240 degrees southwest, and you daren't look out. Mustn't look out, mustn't look out. This is more important. I need to stick search report. Stay on the wing. And that wingtip line, you're looking for the wing pod or the pre-agreed formation reference. So as long as you've got the same references, then everything will look symmetric. Yeah. And that's the key. As long as you've got the same references, pre-brief the references, which we all did in the planning meeting, then you can sit on those references. And you're looking, generally speaking, at a wingtip onto the nose reference, which is your diagonal, which is what you'll see the aircraft are doing. And then you'll pick a feature 90 out of you, looking either along a tailplane or on the Nimrod. There's some windows that we could line up. You're looking through the windows to make sure that you can see through the other side. Then you know you're absolutely dead perpendicular. Yep. So with that line from the nose wingtip, and then look across to your lining up the windows, you've then got a identical...
Well, I've just heard the Chinooks are about to run. Let's go to Liz. Liz, are you with us? Liz isn't quite live yet, but we can't see them, but you can. So cameras, if you can make the most of that right now. Fascinating interaction.
Well, and meanwhile, actually, so one of the questions I had for you, Andy, is being an ex-Royal Air Force man, is there any coordination at Buckingham Palace with the leader of the formation? How, or is it purely done on time, or is there a representative operationally with a radio, or how does that come together?
Yes, I think there probably would be, for probably security reasons, a Buckingham Palace comms, but actually the airborne lead, the airborne controller, is actually on top of one of the embassies in London with the best view, and it's their call. They have to make a very important weather call. So showers are kind of okay, you can sort of time it, but actually the timing is fixed. Oh, that one last thing for the formation references is your throttle as well. So that's your forward back.
Yeah.
So, but yes, the timing and the go, the hammer go, who's got the hammer on, whether it's a weather go or a weather cancel, that depends again on really low stratus, and it's normally the hills out west of London for the egress. So the helicopters go south, the fighters go north, and everybody flows west.
Yeah.
But it's that weather that is critical, and it's the gap between the height of the ground and the cloud that's critical. Can we all fit out of West London airspace and safely? And that's the key with the weather.
Okay, Andy, one other thing is we're clearly bouncing around here a little bit, aren't we? You mentioned turbulence earlier on. Is there a turbulence limit for formation flying, or do you just take it as it is?
Unfortunately, there is. You cannot set a limit for turbulence, which is unforeseen, but you know it's going to be there. And that's the issue, is that the lighter aircraft, the good thing about the helicopters and the BBMF being up front, is that they're well clear of the heavies. The big aircraft that generate these huge vortices, that's really bad news if in your light aircraft. So certainly I've been behind the TriStar ahead of us, and then we had the C-17s, and we were sat in the wake in an HS-125, which is a little bit bigger, but we had some passengers that didn't really enjoy the day out. We were working very hard flying formation. But yeah, it's not a very comfortable place to be, because you're in the wake of loads of aircraft, and down the back, you then got the red arrows, who are in everybody's wake.
Well, and in terms of station keeping and maintaining accuracy, obviously the closer you are to the aircraft you're formating on, the easier it is for you, because the references are that much more prescribed visually.
Yeah, they're
so
much
the
more...
further away you are, actually the harder it is to maintain position. So it's that balancing act, isn't it, of do I stay symmetrical and eye-pleasing, or versus being safe?
Yes, and all formation positions have got an element of safety into it. I'm always amazed by the Blue Angels. They are flying
really under each other's wing, and they've got no nose-tail separation, and they are very, very close. The Reds have got safety built into it. They're already only 6 feet apart. So that's got the escapes built in, which is, again, a core part of formation flying. You've got somewhere to escape should, for whatever reason, you need to leave the formation. But yes, if you're further away, it's a bigger bungee, and there's more reaction time. And that means you are less likely to be right on.
Guys, let's just concentrate. We're actually live on the screen now with the fly past here, specially provided by the Royal Air Force and our very good friends at ODM for Aerobility live here today. And I'm just going to refer here, yeah, it may be slow. The great thing with helicopters is, of course, that the blades absorb an awful lot of that turbulence we've been talking about. One of the things I did was the Gulf War sort of celebratory commemorative fly past, and I was tail end Charlie on that one, and it was like being going around Cape Horn on the back end of the stern of a boat in about a force 11. I've never experienced quite so much turbulence in my life.
It's like being in a washing machine. Yeah. It's really hard work.
Yeah. So let's please pass. Are we on live?
Yes, hopefully you can hear me now. Everybody, if you turn your eyes to the skies, you can see 3 Chinooks coming overhead. Give them a big wave. They can all see you. Biggest waves that you can muster. So these Chinooks have come straight from London, from the King's Flypast. They are 3 Chinooks from RAF ODM down the road. 7th Squadron, which is the Special Forces Squadron RAF ODM. And if you look very closely, you can just see the crewmen on each of the ramps as they go overhead. The biggest waves you can muster, please.
And what I should say at this point, or what Liz may not tell you, is that Liz is the longest serving crewman on the Chinook. 10 operational tours in Afghanistan, Liz, I understand, and 2 in Iraq.
Yes, so it was certainly a busy career, and I have to say, days like this and fly past like this were certainly the most fun. Right, I've interrupted. I'll let you boys go on with your chat.
Well done, Liz.
So, Andy, back to formation flying. So we've got the straight and level time on target, but then we've got aerobatics, which is a different world than the world that you come from with the Red Arrows. So it's all about training, it's all about trust, and it's all about ability. So it's practice, 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 using standard operating procedures, I would assume. You know, how does a Red Arrows display come together from a competency perspective and a skills perspective?
Well, in terms of competency, you're looking at selection at the very start, and that's selecting the right people for the right job. And they've got to have the basic core skills, which is why the Red Arrows insist on frontline tours and a certain number of hours. And that's experience in the aircraft, confidence with the aircraft. It's great that the Hawk, the T-Mark 1, as it is now, but a lot of the modern fast jet pilots come from the T-Mark 2, essentially the same cockpit. So many of the pilots going back to a training aircraft means they're very comfortable with the aircraft as well. Some indeed were instructors as well on the Hawk. So again, very familiar with the aircraft, so you've got competency there. Then the skills, where you select a number of people who it is believed will be the best ambassadors, and then they are a few shortlisted members are then taken out to one of the spring training camps, wherever that might be. It's been in Greece, it's been Cyprus, it's been all sorts of lovely places. And then from that shortlist is then selected the 2 or 3 best people that it is felt would fit into the current team as the best fit.
We're just running some footage for you now as you're going into this, and we can now expand on the whole history and your activity with the Red Arrows. Yeah.
Thank you, yes. And so then the display is then built up. Often that is decided, the maneuvers, the sequencing is then built up between Red 1, the lead flight leader, and Synchro, and they'll work together to work out the sequencing. As many of you are aware, if you've seen a Red Arrows display, the first half all together, flown together as a 9, and then certainly there's definitely a second half feel where the Synchro are doing their bit and the other formation are doing their bit. So the rear 4 formation are doing theirs. And then the aircraft then sequence together. Now, it's up to the Synchro lead and Red 1 leader how you do that. And the maneuvers and shapes. And often with our, it'll be worked with on Red 10 on the ground. They will try new stuff in the winter display and say, look, does this look good? Is the sequence right? Does it feel right? Is it too quiet now? Is there too much time between maneuvers? Does that look right from the ground? Because it's all very well doing great stuff in the air, as we know, George. But if it doesn't look great from the ground, which is an air display for the viewers, then there's really little point doing it. Might be hard work in the air, but actually it's got to just look good from the ground. And that's what the team were trying to demonstrate, the skills, the competency, and the ability.
And of course, great ambassadors for the UK and for recruitment into the Royal Air Force as well. So that personality piece is really key, isn't it?
Yes, it's important that not only does the person fit into the team, but also that they might be an absolutely staggeringly amazing pilot, but they may not have perhaps some diplomatic skills or the facility with language or the ability to chat to the great and the good.
It's a cultural fit,
a cultural awareness and the ability to speak to kings and cleaners of the world.
Just a quick word to say we are experiencing difficulties with the VT at the moment. We do our very best to get that roll going on and get you back inside the cockpit of the Red Arrows. The changeover, you've talked about training and getting that sequence done, but of course not everybody stays in the team every year, do they? So how do you cope with that turnover?
So there's a regular turnover, and I think that's a very healthy environment where it's not a permanent display team. Some of the early questions I was asked is, so you guys professionals, do you work for the RAF, you just do displays the whole time? So it's not like the Breitling Jet team, it's a rotation and a cycle. And so you'll generally do about 3 years. Some people are very fortunate, like a well-known friend of ours, who'll come back perhaps every other year, doing 10 years on the team, like Mike Ling. So most people will rotate through in 3-year cycles. And that obviously gives a time, it's a very busy time. Also, it's a learning phase as well. So you join as a junior pilot, as a first year. You learn the closest positions to the lead aircraft. Then you move out to the wingtips, effectively, and then you move to the rear of the formation. And that's from where the complicated dynamic second half flying comes from as well. And again, you need to be really very able to fly the first half and be then flying the complicated second half. So it's very much a graduation to your third year, and then it's time to leave because you're busy all winter, busy all summer. It's a busy time for all of the pilots and the families. And so it's a good time to go away, refresh, reflect on your time, the amazing opportunity you've just had. And in the very, very rarest of cases, you might be selected to come back as Red One as the next leader.
Wow, what a life. Yeah, that's absolutely extraordinary. Do you miss it?
I miss the travel, I miss the camaraderie, I miss the amazing experiences. And some of the amazing experiences were outside your traditional displays. As Red 10, I had a broad remit of planning stuff, organizing stuff for the winter, working with embassies in overseas countries. One of the high points was getting a display into New York Harbor. And that took an incredible feat of planning and compromise. I learned a lot doing that job. Also, there's the flying aspects, which even on my last trip, I was looking over my shoulder doing my lookout, as all good pilots tried to do, and I could still see the red wingtips, and I was still taken aback that here I was, just little old me, Joe Average, but actually in a red aeroplane with red wings.
But your journey to the team obviously was a long one, and you mentioned earlier on about that process of recruitment. So take us back to the beginning of your career. And if I remember rightly, you and I had a conversation about your dad inspiring you to join the Royal Air Force. Tell us the journey in.
I was very fortunate to be brought up in a Royal Air Force family, and I think I'd exposed to flying and air bases and where we lived and so on. And my dad, lovely chap, he would, to this day, would happily talk about aeroplanes, but happily talk about what you wanted to talk about, you know? So a very sort of even-handed sort of guy. And he didn't push me at all, but I was quite keen on the flying, and I did flying scholarship. We went flying together. My first trip, I think it was when I was 14. I did my glider scholarship in the Air Cadets, which any youngster here, I really commend to you. Get your gliding solo as a 16-year-old, a hell of a thing, you know, to be trusted as a 16-year-old. Then there was a kind of a middle phase where I think probably a bit of testosterone got in the way, and I didn't want to be like my dad. I didn't want to be a carbon copy. I wanted to do my own thing. But it took me a couple of years to work out. It's very difficult to have as much fun in an aeroplane and be paid to do it by Her Majesty as it was then. Yeah. And I soon came to my wits and joined the Royal Air Force. And of course, that instant connection with flying all sort of came back. And it was very lovely to be able to chat to my dad still today about the flying that I do, all the variety of things that I do still. And so I was very lucky to get through flying training, extremely hard work, as we all remember, George, and to then get onto the Tornado, which I then flew for a couple of tours, doing some interesting things there, and then instructing. And as you know, John, when we're instructing, we learn even more about flying. It's all very well taking it from the instructor, but actually when you have to explain it to somebody else and teach someone, that's when you really learn about how flying should be done. So my dad had taught on the Chipmunks at the University Air Squadron. I was fortunate to teach on the Tucano basic flying training, and then very lucky also to then be selected as Red 10, and then move also after the Red 10 job onto the Royal Flight and fly there as well. So incredibly varied, inspired but informed, and again reassured, be able to speak to my dad about, you know, little conundrums and things and experiences. And he's been a very much a sort of rock in my life in terms of flying and piloting.
But Radio 10 does so much more than just the technical side, doesn't he? Now, I wouldn't say you're a natural entertainer, Andy, but you don't.
He's not doing too bad today.
Thank you, John. I learned from the best.
You don't have too much difficulty talking, but you are the public, as Red 10, not just you, but Red 10 is the public face of the Red Arrows. Just how much pressure, how much preparation is required for that 20 minutes that you do frequently twice a day as well? I mean, not everybody appreciates that role.
It takes a lot of work, and I think I was slightly older, and I never quite had the flying reports for Red 1 to 9, but very happily was selected after interviewing selection of my own with other potential Red 10s. And I was very lucky to be chosen to do that job, and it involves many things, from an air show like here today, meeting people, but also the exacting standards that Red Arrows require are maintained and followed from the ground. So I have a cameraman that flies on my back seat in the Hawk. We then position ourselves in the correct place. It's always the air display that was in the wrong place. And we then film the display, and that would be the debrief purposes, and also certain sort of compliance issues as well with other people that might be flying into a display. We wanted a record of the safety. But the debrief was then gone over the next day in a very exacting, thorough self-debrief in public with all the other pilots to then talk about standards, maintenance, and how do we keep those SOPs. And everyone owned up to their own mistakes. But I was filming that with my cameraman, maintaining safety, and also passing on some important notices about the Royal Air Force. So I had wrote a script in the winter. It was tested, examined, and vetted by the group captain in charge of Commandant CFS. I then had to somehow segue those words about the Royal Air Force, operational and otherwise, the modern sort of PR engagement, and then fit that into a flying display. And I always felt that my underlying job there as the sort of the voice, the public face, if you couldn't see me, was to get the cockpit into the crowd. And if I could, at some special, lovely, wonderful places, I could get the crowd into the Red Arrows cockpits, I felt I'd done my job that day. So the pilots who are, you know, very busy, very hard-working, very focused, if I could just give them a crowd cheer down the radio and get that into their cockpits, that was, for me, was the pat on the back that I felt they deserved every now and then.
And you did extremely well. And it's when I first met you, and it was a deep joy. It was, you know, it's led to a very good
too kind,
friendship.
George, too kind.
No. But the jet that you fly is pretty key to the team as well, isn't it? So in terms of serviceability and everything else?
Yes, the Red 10 is the 10th jet and is the spare aircraft for the displays. So if we were moving around the UK, sometimes 4 trips, 2 displays, transit flights in between, there was the risk of technical issues, and the aircraft, we'd need a spare aircraft. And so my aircraft was a spare aircraft. Also, with all the 9-ship formation photographs you see, they're all filmed from the back of Red 10's aircraft. So we had some very brave and skillful cameramen sat in my back seat, and my job was not to get in the way, but also to get the right shot. So out of my back seat, I have to roll around Red Arrow's display, trying not to get in the way and not run out of energy and appear in the wrong cockpit window. I had to get around the display, and I found that some of the most rewarding and difficult flying I've ever done.
Yeah. Fascinating. Well, and these guys, the cameramen, do they go through specialist training as well? You know, in other words, fast jet photography.
They're just some of the RAF photographers are just the regular RAF photographers.
Really?
So they've expressed an interest, and I've been interviewed and selected to join the team. But there's a trade RAF photographer, and they are welcome to apply or avoid it. It's entirely up to them. But some of them incredibly gifted photographers, also by invitation, we're very fortunate to have, you know, that back seat as a very coveted place to sit. And we've had some very well-known friend and colleague, Jamie Hunter, Katsu, John Dibbs, and many others that forgive me, I don't remember. But really, really expert aviation photographers. Jeff Lee, another lovely guy. All these lovely guys would then be invited to come and share their expertise and get some great photography and photos for the Red Arrows. And so that's all done from the back seat of Red 10.
But these guys need to be put in the right place for those photos. So, you know, I think you're doing yourself a slight disservice there, Andy. Some of those images that were, you know, down to you were incredible. Just back to your role on the ground. So anyone who's been to an air show will have seen Andy or Red 10 commentating and then the camera person next to him. So you've got the public engagement side, but have also got a role from a safety perspective, haven't you, on the ground? Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, it was very important to us. You know, safety was very critical in everything we did on the Red Arrows, and it just had to be, because we're in front of the public. We're all over the UK and Europe and overseas, and so safety is the key to everything we did. Very important safety message, and clearly critical for our own benefit and the public's to see a safe but interesting and exciting demonstration of flying skill. And so we filmed everything, but also, you know, the Mark 1 eyeball is very good, and so I could see behind the air display. I could see sometimes aircraft would fly in to have a look. Now, I'm very, you know, I admire your efforts to come and see the Red Arrows, but please do it on the ground only. And certainly in the winter and the down season, I convened a couple of safety conferences with the CAA and the local Light Aircraft Association to get as many pilots in to learn about flight planning, to learn about the NOTAM system, Notice to Airmen, to plan your flight and to make sure that you don't impinge on air shows on the restricted airspace, because the airspace is there for safety reasons. We would love to see you on the ground at an air display, but not in the air, floating through the middle of a 9 ship on a windy, gusty day, or ever. So we did a lot of work with the local aviation community, nationally as well, indeed, to try and make sure that the message was got out there, that we don't want people joining a flying display. Stay away from the restricted airspace, check your NOTAMs, check your transit routes as well, so that you don't get in the way and unwittingly get in the way, and that's extremely unsafe.
Right. Well, one of the other things we perhaps ought to reflect on is the association the Red Arrows have had with Aerobility. Now, you yourself have been a trustee, which is great, but the team over decades have been incredibly supportive. What's the sort of feedback you get about that relationship?
Well, it's an immense privilege to have been invited to join Aerobility as a trustee. Thank you, John. And the Red Arrows are very privileged to have this long-standing relationship with Aerobility. All of us are extremely fortunate to be flying, and it's the joy of aviation. It's that family, it's that community. And regardless of the color of your flying suit, regardless of where and how you fly, aviation is a family. I still fly all sorts of different things, and I still welcome the youngsters as if they are joining our family. It is a lovely thing to do. And so Aerobility in particular is very close to our hearts, certainly very close to the team's hearts. Now the modern team, many years later, we still have this lovely relationship. And it's a great way to meet new and different, interesting people, inspire if we can, but actually it's just lovely to chat to fellow aviators. We're all the same, really.
And I do remember that year. It was 2009. It was Ben Murphy who was Red 1, and thanks to Mike Ling, we all had a discussion, and it was a no-brainer. The team have been brilliant supporters of Airability ever since. They come to our annual Aviators Ball, which is a fundraising event that raises much-needed funds for the charity, offering ball prizes, as we call them, you know, auction prizes to go up to Waddington and have a look at the team doing their briefs and debriefs. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'd like to learn a bit more about that. But it really is a wonderful relationship, and so thank you to the Red Arrows publicly for supporting Airability.
Yeah, it's a great job. Let's just reflect, before you dig a bit deeper then, John, what about the future? I mean, the Hawk is pretty much an historic jet, isn't it? You must have some ideas how they're going to go into the 2030s. Because I've heard rumors, but what is it going to be?
Well, yeah, very good question, George. And you heard it here at Aerobility Live. The next airplane is going to be... No, I'm afraid I have no idea, George. I think I've lots of airplanes we'd like to see flying. Even in the HQ, somebody sent us a red Typhoon. And so I think that's highly unlikely, by the way. Let's quash that one before it leaves the airfield boundary. I think it's a question of the pockets. How deep are the pockets? and any other challenges financially or otherwise. I think it's going to be a training aircraft. It allows, therefore, the pilots to be familiar with an aeroplane, to conduct the maneuvers. Quite how and where you fly it and how it's funded, I think I'll leave that to the important people with lots of stripes and deep pockets. Well, recently shallow pockets.
Well, one of the things I mentioned that is, of course, in comparison to other national teams. And, you know, look at the Italians and the French and the Canadians. They all actually fly historic aircraft. And I wonder, in many ways, as if, what's the problem? If we could afford to keep the Hawk going, would you say it's
I think it's cheaper to keep it going than to purchase a new aircraft or to take valuable frontline aircraft from their roles, or indeed very rare training aircraft. And nowadays, of course, a lot of the training aircraft are controlled and managed by civilian companies. So the civilianization of the training environment is, in fact, making a bit of a headache for the owners of the aircraft. Who actually owns the aircraft these days? Many aircraft are operated under civilian-owned, military-operated COMO relationships. So I think there's some legal technicalities which are probably preventing the easy armchair solution. I think the T1 is a beautiful aircraft to fly. The Hawk, lovely aircraft to fly. A great training aircraft. Its variant, the T2, is used to great effect at Aria Valley. The Texan is the replacement for the Tucano that I flew and taught on. But I think the likelihood of pulling out those sort of aircraft, I think, are pretty rare. So I think the cheapest option is, while there's fatigue life, and that's the sort of metal fatigue life of the aircraft still on these T1s, I think they'll keep them flying as long as they dare.
And it's an interesting comparison, if I may be slightly controversial, is we have these aircraft that are actually brilliant platforms for training and for formation flying, and they're higher in number, generally speaking, on the European airshow scene, with much more choreography, technical formation changes, so slower, less noisy than our friends in North America, perhaps. The Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds flying F-18 and the F-16. They're just different types of displays, aren't they? They've got modern aircraft, but they're loud, they're fast, different. It's hard to compare, isn't it?
It's very, and that's the beauty of coming to an air show, a big air show. You'll see a number of teams displaying. That was really brought home. We're very fortunate to flew out to Quebec for the 400th anniversary of Quebec. An anniversary of what? But it was the Quebec, when the British Army last sacked Quebec. And we're out there with the other teams, and we're all poring over each other's aircraft, fascinated by the displays. And each team has got a different display. The Snowbirds, slower straight-wing aircraft, jet. And the Reds were swept wing, faster, but again, tighter, closer display. And then the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels. I keep thinking of their nicknames. Those teams flying.
Don't go there.
I know. They're reheated aircraft, which are frontline aircraft. Now, in some respects, those aircraft is a kind of a sales pitch for US military might. The Brits are a bit more understated and will use a training aircraft for the reasons I've stated before.
Thank you. Well, that's an absolutely fascinating discussion. I think the three of us could probably carry on.
We could.
Perhaps
There's
in the
fair
bar.
chance.
No, absolutely terrific. But we will be back a little bit later on, because we're going to be continuing our stories, but actually related to the veterans of D-Day and some of the activities that we've been involved in throughout the D-Day experience. But right now, it's time for us to take a break, and for you online and for everybody here this evening to cut across to Harvey, who's going to chat about another aircraft here in the Static Park.
Hi, I'm here down by Gulf India Delta with Al Rosser, Aerobility's new Service Director of Service Delivery. Al, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
All good, thank you. So to start off, tell us a little bit about what you were doing before coming down to Aerobility.
Well, I've had a very interesting life in aviation, but for the last 17 years I've been flying and managing business jets and business turboprops. So I recently joined Aerobility 4 months ago, and it's a really fun challenge. It's something that's really awakened a lot of desire back in flying for me, and I think you can probably see that with the team that we've now got.
Fantastic. And what's been the biggest adjustment for you coming to Aerobility?
I think it's the fact that it's not a business, it's a charity. And it means that rather than having to work hard to make money, we are given such wonderful donations from some very kind people and organisations. But we have to make the most value for that money. And the idea is to put smiles on people's faces, to give them something special in life that they can then use to improve other areas of their life. One of our catchphrases is, I can fly, now what can I do? And I think that really does ring true with the whole team.
Fantastic. Now, we're by a bulldog. Obviously, we've got to chat about it. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with the bulldog and why it's such a good aircraft for Aerobility.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I spent some time in the Royal Air Force, and I was a chief flying instructor at Liverpool University Air Squadron, flying the Bulldog. I did that for about 3.5 years. I've got about 1,000 hours on it, and thoroughly enjoyed that, as you might imagine, with some brilliant university students. But when it comes to Aerobility, this aeroplane can offer something a bit different. It's a very rugged aeroplane. It allows people to get hoisted into it very easily. And in fact, it was the very first type of aircraft that Aerobility operated. And we had a relationship with a white one, which wasn't military, GDSA, which has really helped the charity find its feet and then grow a little bit further. So what we're trying to do is bring this Bulldog onto our declared training organisation and allow people to learn to fly in it, and most importantly, to do some aerobatics and turn up and see what the world looks like from a different perspective.
Fantastic. And whilst we're on aerobatics, what a fantastic opportunity for disabled people. Are you looking forward to being able to deliver that as a regular service?
Absolutely. And I think, of course, I'll have to do a 10% check of all the flying so that all my instructors can understand that, you know, we're all in this together. Don't forget, aerobatics is wonderful fun. But also with an aeroplane like this and others that we now have in the fleet, such as the T-67, the yellow aeroplane out, which you'll hear about in a moment, we can do things like formation flying and tail chasing, and we can really give our flyers, our disabled flyers, the most amazing opportunity to see and do something very different.
Brilliant. And I know for you, safety is a really big thing, and rightfully so. Is there anything that you do for disabled pilots in terms of making sure that we operate safely that maybe we don't do at the flying schools?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, we operate in the same way as every other flying school. Therefore, we don't do anything that's unsafe. It's purely the fact that our flyers are disabled, either visibly or non-visibly, means that we just cater for what's required for them. We don't change any of the safety aspects, and therefore, if we fly like that and we continue to operate that way, there is no difference. It's simply that we adjust the way that we teach so that the flyers get the best out of it.
Fantastic. And very quickly, we have 1 minute. Best Bulldog memory for you?
Oh, best Bulldog moment. I think doing a aerobatic routine, realising that for the first time in my life, I got almost every manoeuvre right. Never perfect, almost right. But as the owner of this Bulldog would like to remind everybody, you're only as good as your last landing. And unfortunately, last week I landed this one a little bit firmly, so I've got to improve that next time.
Brilliant. That did come up earlier. Thank you so much for your time. We're now going to cross over to Neil, who's fired Slingsby.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here this afternoon by Chris Wade, Captain Chris Wade. Hello, Chris.
All right, how are you doing now?
Not bad. And yourself?
Very well indeed, thank you.
good stuff. So, but apart from, tell us about this aircraft. What aircraft is this, Chris?
This is a Slingsby Firefly. It's, you might say, the follow-on to your aircraft, Neil, that the Air Force used to use for training.
So is it a proper warbird like mine then?
No, it's far more advanced and a much nicer airplane than yours, mate. It's a lovely bit of kit, but very similar job and design for.
So obviously a lovely bright colour here. What was the role, what was the intention behind it? I mean, apart from attracting insects, because it's nice bright and yellow, what was its role in service, Chris?
That's a very good question. The history is one thing I've got to look up, because they do have a varied history. This actually started in civilian hands. It was Trent Aviation over in Cranfield, and then Babcock took it over after that and used it for military basic training. So elementary training, basically. So it was used for elementary training, not just in straight and level flight, but aerobatics as well, which is something that you like doing, isn't it? Yes, well, I guess that with the military, they when they say elementary, they mean a lot more than we say when we mean elementary training. But yeah, lots of upside down time. And what sort of aerobatics can it do? Oh, it won't do the full ultimate stuff, but basic aerobatics up to a sports sort of level. Certainly as much as you can do, mate. You know, that sort of... The Bulldog, I get it. So obviously there's a story behind this aircraft. I see not only is it bright yellow in the training colours, but it's got Aerobility, sporting Aerobility stickers all over it. So tell us about that then, Chris. What's the link between Aerobility and this aircraft? I guess you could say this is the latest one into the Aerobility stable. Yeah, the latest aircraft on our fleet. So yeah, we took the original stickers off recently. Got all the logos on. We're going to use it for some aerobatics experience flights, and hopefully we'll do courses as well. Super. Are there any limitations with regard to disability and people getting in and out of the aircraft or not? Not with Aerobility, there isn't, no. We do everything we can to get anybody who wants to up and flying. We will hoist them in if we need to. We haven't done hand controls yet, but that would be something we might look at. So you can hoist into it. If someone's a wheelchair user, we can hoist into it, yeah? Absolutely right, yes. And we even wrote a short course, aerobatics course, for people who are in wheelchairs to do a lot of aerobatics manoeuvres with an instructor, so they get the full experience of loops, rolls, basically. So there's no holds barred in this. Anybody, any disability, you can fly this aircraft with an instructor, go up and make yourself feel unwell, I guess. Hopefully not unwell, but yes, absolutely, that is the intention, yes. We do get the occasional bag filled, but it's pretty rare, fortunately. So back to the aircraft itself, in terms of how much G it can pull, and how fast does it go, Governor? How fast does it go? Well, again, same as the Bulldog, really. It's a +6, -3 on the G limits. Should cruise along at about 100, 110 knots. Pretty frugal. You know, it's a basic standard Lycoming engine, but it's got full inverted fuel and oil system, so you can roll upside down and poodle along inverted if you want to. And have you done many flights with Aerobility in it? Yes, not with you yet, though. We need to get you in there. I'm too scared to fly with you. Quite right. Yes, we've done a couple so far, a couple of trials, looking promising. So now we've got the logos on. She's based here at Blackbush now, so just need some bookings to come along. We've got a few in the book already. Put some smiles on some faces, hopefully. So the answer is there, if you want to fly, if you want to go upside down, if you want to do the big Top Gun thing, then this is the right aircraft to do it in. Come and book us in now, book yourself in now for a flight, is that right? Exactly, that's spot on. And also, frankly, to fly with one of the nicest instructors that I've flown with as well, so it's a great experience for people to fly with you. He wasn't available today, but yes, that's it. He wasn't available today, mate, but yes. What do you do for your day job, Chris? I work for EasyJet. I'm an instructor and examiner with EasyJet. I work 75% down at Gatwick and mostly in the simulator. All right, so it's from Airbuses, is it? Airbuses, John? That's it, A320. In fact, you came along, didn't you? And you joined us in the sim a few months back. That was good. Right. And we turned that sim upside down, didn't we? Well, one of us did, Neil, yes. I forget who it was now, but... Brilliant. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Chris, and thanks for all the work you do for the charity. Absolutely. Over to you at the stage, guys.
On screen.
Right. I thought they said they kept the adverts.
Well, welcome back to the stage here at Aerobility Live, where I'm glad to say we're actually having a much drier period and quite enjoying it. Clearly the wind is still breezy, but back home you must be having an absolutely sporting afternoon. We're getting through a whole range of different topics. It is, of course, our very first edition of Aerobility Live, and I think, well, nothing can beat us, can it? It's in the tradition. We will plough through it. But interesting enough, at the moment, what we're going to do now is move on to another one of our many fundraising activities that goes on throughout the year to support this wonderful charity at Aerobility. And these particular people I'm about to introduce you come from a legendary connection with the charity, and that is through our association with the National Air Traffic Services, NATS, and particularly one of their organisations called Prospect, who has done a huge amount of work in the past. So we please welcome to the stage now, and to your, in your homes online, three gentlemen from 24 in 24. We're going to have, I think, Sean, Harvey, and Richard coming to join us. Welcome, gentlemen. Come on in and have a seat in our comfy little cabin here. Here we are. I will indeed. Now, we've got some interesting footage first of all. Could you just give us a brief introduction as to what this 24 in 24 was all about, just in a nutshell?
Yeah, of course. Our colleague, Wayne Clark, who can't be with us today because he's swanning around Milan in a Aston Martin. His friend and dear colleague, a chap called Alan Parr, was suffering from prostate cancer. And we were talking about doing a charity ride for prostate cancer some time ago. And as Alan fell more seriously ill with the disease, Wayne chatted to Richard about doing a charity bike ride. They discussed the issue a little bit further, and then with that, they spoke to myself and Harvey. And the next thing we know, that's what we're doing.
Fantastic. Well, you won't know about this, the detail of it, but take a look at the screens, because right now we've got a message from Wayne.
Hi everyone, my name's Wayne Clark. I'm one of the team members from 24 in 2024. Sorry I can't be there today, but I would like to just take you through how the challenge came into being. Simply put, it was my friend Alan. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer in February of 2021, and we lost him in May last year. During his illness, we discussed bucket lists, and one of his was that he'd never been on the back of a motorcycle. So I arranged for it to happen and took him around the Cairngorms. And it was while we were doing this that the idea formed of doing an event on motorcycles to raise awareness for prostate cancer. But something out of the ordinary, not normal. So it was with that in mind that I thought of We Visit 24 NATS operational units. So I contacted Richard Fell, Harvey and Sean, and between us we all came up with a plan to do the trip. The money fundraising is a bonus, it's a byproduct. The main focus was to raise awareness. If we could get one man to go and get themselves checked and hopefully catch something early or prevent something that was already present, then we'd have won. Fundraising for Aerobility was a no-brainer for us. Alan was a private pilot and he valued greatly what Aerobility do. We've both been involved with them since 2012 when we did the big pull. I value what they do with working with veterans, so we decided, we'd support them alongside Prostate Cancer UK. So between the four of us and Louise, who joined us in December, we set about putting a plan into action and fundraising and generating sponsorship, and the rest is history. I'll hand over to the rest of the guys now, and you can hear from them how things went and where we are up to now. But thank you very much, and for those that donated, thank you very much.
Message from Wayne there, and it must have been quite an emotional journey.
It was. On day one, we met Alan's widow, Elaine, and that was there was many emotional moments to the trip, but that was one of them, and that was on day one.
We'll come back perhaps to that aspect in a moment. Both charities, they're obviously Prostate Cancer UK and Airability. Let's have a little bit of a techie talk about the selection of the bikes you used. And I think, Richard, you're going to tell us a bit about that. A particular bike, did they stand up? How long did it? How did the planning work out? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so getting hold of the stuff, we decided we've never done this before. So we've never been involved in anything like this before. So we thought ideally we want motorcycles that aren't our own, that our own stuff is quite aged and probably not very reliable. So I started writing to all the motorcycle manufacturers in the UK, Ducati, Triumph, BMW, to see if we could borrow, ideally, adventure bikes, because we were covering over 3,500 miles in the 14-day period. And then we stumbled on a bit of good luck. My neighbour's house sold to the James Bond stunt coordinator from the last 5 Daniel Craig films. And he happened to say, I can sort you out with bikes. I'm an ambassador for Triumph. So a few Teams calls later,
extraordinary,
we had 4 press bikes from Triumph for the 3-week period. So Triumph were absolutely brilliant, and I'd like to thank Solent Triumph for lending us the 3 bikes we brought up here today, which are parked down here, and I'm seeing quite a lot of people looking at. We actually had an array of Triumph's adventure bikes. They were brilliant, didn't miss a beat. We put them through their paces, so to speak, throughout the UK and down to Gibraltar and back. We rode on 7 runways, some of them which were live. We had an MOD escort to the top of the Rock of Gibraltar as well, which 2-wheel vehicles are banned, and I don't think any civilians have been up there for 10 years prior to us going up. So it's quite an achievement. That was one of the highlights.
It's still one of the highlights of my life. I'm half Gibraltarian. My father was born and brought up there. But let's focus on the journey itself. Have you got some headline statistics? You mentioned miles travelled, but fuel burned, etc. Money raised so far. Tell us all those stats.
Yes, I think we've raised over £60,000 so far for the 2 charities.
Wow.
Maybe even 65. We wanted, ideally, we set on the journey of wanting to raise money 50-50 for the 2 charities. So we went about setting up a Just Giving code, but we found out that whilst both charities' preferred platforms were Just Giving, there was no mechanism to set it up to split it 50-50. So we left that. We've got business cards around the place today and QR codes. We left it to the individuals to decide how they wanted to donate. We obviously preferred a 50-50 split, but it was down to personal preference. So that's one of the statistics, £65,000, and we're still raising money. We're hoping to close the fundraising down at the Aviators Ball in November, so that draws it all to a close. That's a year since we started. Other statistics, fuel burn, we're going to be offsetting the fuel. We did look for sustainable fuel, and we've been looking into sustainable aviation gasoline for Aerobility, but so far we have not come up with anything. But NATS are going to help us offset our unleaded fuel burn. I think we used about £1,800 worth of fuel for the 4 bikes for the trip. Corporate support was amazing. We had Aston Martin on board. We had Brittany Ferries on board. Brittany Ferries gave us the crossing down to Santander and back from Bilbao. We got to view the engines in the engine room, which for techies like ourselves was a dream and something not many people can claim to actually have been in the engine room of a ferry. And they were amazing.
Fantastic. Let's just pause there for a moment. Harvey hasn't had the chance to speak yet. Harvey, can you just give us a flavour of the day job that you guys normally do, and then your connection with the charity?
Okay, so we all work for NATS. Wayne is a controller up at Aberdeen. Sean's a watch manager at Swanwick. I'm a controller at Swanwick in the low-level side of things. Sean's a watch manager for the higher-level stuff. And Richard decides on how many planes are allowed in and out of UK airspace every day. So we've all been doing this for way too many years, over 30 years each. And the Aerobility is obviously the charity that NAT supports. Prostate cancer is very personal to Wayne and to Sean through this, so that's how those came about.
Yeah, just absolutely fascinating. And how did you split then the roles? There must have been management tasks throughout the whole process. I see we have somebody's wife who was the secretary and brains behind this whole thing. Am I right?
Nobody's wife, but that's Louise, our team manager, who has been amazing. We were 4 guys that tried to do something. It would have all happened, but without Lou, it wouldn't have happened as well as it did. All the social media posts, organising spreadsheets, all the stuff that I've got no idea about. Louise has been instrumental in making this as good and as big as it has been.
Louise, you can't see her at home, by the way, but I can. She's just literally 20 yards away. If you want to come up and say hello, please do. There's a stairway on the side, but she's reluctantly giving us the nod. Not a nod at the moment, but we'll just see. We'll put a bit more pressure on that. Brilliant. So let's focus in on then. I think the association with Aerobility is really well established. I was also part of the very early days of Nats getting involved, and it was just tremendous. It was a really inspiring, and some really wacky ideas like towing this monster warbird down the track at Goodwood, and it just went on and on and on and on, and the many people that have visited the control tower, for example, at Heathrow now as a result of those connections we had. Fantastic. I was one of them. The prostate cancer one, though, for me is also a personal journey. I'm still recovering, not quite 100% from a full prostatectomy last year. Like you guys with your connections in the families, I'm now passionately involved in raising awareness and also fundraising as well, and also doing my very best to improve the aftercare for people. So like you, I'm involved in both charities a big time now. But you mentioned there are specific things you wanted to achieve on the prostate side, and that is testing. Now, should we come back to you on that? How are we going to go about now improving that testing regime?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Part of the inspiration for this was to raise awareness. My father had prostate cancer and is in recovery from it, and that was caught through early testing, a PSA test, which is a very quick and simple blood test, and it measures the levels of a certain antigen in your blood and gives you an indication as to whether you may or may not, be suffering from the symptoms of prostate cancer. And you can then go on to further testing after that. So part of this was to raise awareness of how simple it can be to arrange a PSA blood test, either through your own doctor, or there are numerous charities that run up and down the country that you can, a simple Google search will find them. So encouraging, all men of a certain age, 40, 50 plus, to go and get a simple, quick PSA blood test, and then you can decide whether or not you need further investigation.
So you're not planning to run your own sort of testing agency. Would you do this, say, in the workplace perhaps now and again? I know groups, prostate groups, that are actually, they go to a supermarket once a month and they just have a little testing session.
Exactly that. That's exactly what we're trying to get with Nats. We're working with a local PSA testing charity, and we're trying to set them up with Nats so that we can do local testing at work.
It's absolutely marvellous. I could actually obviously talk a long time about this myself. I won't, because today we're focused on, of course, fundraising for Aerobility. And by the way, I hope you're keeping an eye on the time, because Flyer Watches have created the most brilliant watch for us here today. Make sure you pick up your tickets today if you're here on the ground. Get your raffle tickets. The draw will take place at 4:30. But let's go back to, let's go Richard. Let's go back to Richard for a moment now. How satisfied are you now with the outcomes from this pretty monumental activity?
We're pretty satisfied, but yeah, there were no incidents, no breakdowns. We set the bar quite low in terms of fundraising at the start, and obviously we're still pushing that bar upwards, and that's the main thing for us, really. We hope to have a charity auction. We've got a few items to auction off. Some of those will be at the Aviators Ball. So we are still pushing it, but we're very satisfied with the progress. And we've learned a lot. It's been a journey for us. Our mental health has probably improved as a result of it. It certainly feels better riding motorbikes every day than working shifts in an air traffic control centre.
You've hit on something there. I know it's almost like a popular thing in the media now, but mental health. But it is so key, isn't it? So key. But where the two charities really meet together is the mental well-being of the individual. Aerobility continues to do the most incredible job with those less abled than ourselves. Some who can't ride a bike, but they can fly a plane. absolutely fantastic. But I can tell you from personal experience that just the first word of cancer, but particularly prostate because of the invasive nature of the operation, it does smash your mental well-being. There's no doubt about that, and it's really, really hard. And there's nothing better than a bunch of old geezers sitting together like this, generally with a pint of beer, of course, talking about such personal issues as prostate cancer. It's really, really important, isn't it? So what you're doing is helping blokes have a chat as well. Yep. Now, funnily enough, I've just started a man chat group down the road in Test Valley. It's really, really important.
I think one of the things is as well is men are very loath to talk about this sort of thing. So as Sean's already touched on, you know, this is about raising awareness, both for prostate cancer and mental health, really, you know, and the good work that Aerobility does, you know, we can't say enough good things about.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's come back to Harvey then for a moment. Harvey, how do you see this now going forward? Can you see other ideas for perhaps, well, that was good, we can now do this or that? What do you think?
I mean, this was 14 months in the planning. It was a massive event for all of us. We'd all like to do something else. Quite what, when, how, we have no idea. I think we all need a bit of a break from this tour. We still do the fundraising, but just making sure that we, you know, where we'd got to with everything. We all want to do something else. It gave us all something massive, the four of us, and Louise and the fifth member who turned up for a little bit. It gave us all something. It gave people that we met something. We did lots of cool stuff. I mean, the videos are playing, the photos are on the screen for everybody, which got people talking about what we're doing and why we're doing it. A number of times when we were visiting the units, you talk to some of the people who would normally be talking about last night's TV or going down the pub or what car they're going to buy, when they're all sitting down having a conversation about looking after themselves, prostate checks, all that sort of thing. So it has really made a difference to people.
Yes.
Raise that awareness, which is what we wanted to do. Like Wayne said at the start in his video, if we could if one person gets a test and can get treated early, then we've done our job. But we hope that...
Oh, good.
Yep.
You've had that feedback already.
That has happened.
Yeah.
So we've made the difference that we wanted to. It was a very small difference we started out, but just to keep raising this awareness for people to talk about it, like you said at the men's chat, that sort of thing, it just helps every single little bit. And the more people do this and raise awareness in different ways, the better.
Well, I applaud you all. It's a terrific initiative. I'd love to do things more myself, so maybe we can compare notes on that. Both the connection with Aerobility, the personal journey that I've had with them, and the personal journey with prostate cancer. Not an easy ride, and the outcomes are never as you plan them to be, and that's a whole different storyline to go down in. Let's come back to you, Sean, where we began. What have you learnt about through this journey? You must have picked all sorts of things. Must have gone wrong.
Genuinely, I don't think it did. I don't think anything went wrong. I can't think of anything that actually went wrong. What I've learned is that there are lovely, lovely people in the world. We met some fantastic people that gave us loads of encouragement, to carry on, donated, wanted to talk. One of the hardest parts about the whole tour was ripping. We only had an hour at most of the places that we went to because we had to move on to somewhere else. And we were here at Aerobility one evening, and we had to get up to Cardiff that night. And ripping yourself away from people that just want to talk and chat and support and encourage was one of the hardest bits of the tour. But yeah, I've learned that I've learned what we can do as a team to pull off what we did. And Louise and Louise's niece, who handled all our social media for us. We've had so many people help us. And like I say, the stuff that we can pull off, we've learned that. We've learned how to do this now. So as Harvey says, you know, we don't quite know what, we don't quite know when, but I can see us doing this again.
Well, that's really good news. I'm really looking forward. I'd love to work with you guys. And if you ever go back to Gibraltar, but yeah, I'll be pillion. Happily come pillion. No, I've got a Lambretta scooter, actually. I was a mod, not a rocker. But there we go. But anyway, we've got to wrap it up now. I regret to say, but it's been really wonderful talking to you. Just one idea I have in my mind, because nobody's actually seen much or heard these bikes that you've got. At 4:30, we're drawing the raffle. Could you maybe bring them around the front and we'll do a bit raw? We'll have a raw. Yeah, is that possible?
Oh, no, we unfortunately, they're not our bikes. We've got to get them back home by 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, there we... Oh, no,
but we can do it before we go.
Yes.
Definitely before we go.
We'll plan in a raw so that you can all appreciate the bikes that they've got with them. But right now, thank you so much, the guys from 24 and 24, Sean, Harvey, and Richard, and many more. And not forgetting Lou over there, who refuses to come and say hi to everybody. But a fantastic job done to keeping these men under control, I suspect was your toughest job. Not easy, no, but lovely guys to meet. Thank you again. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Shining upon us, which is fantastic. Don't forget, do please try and get a raffle ticket purchase today if you can. Come up to the Aerobility hangar or talk to one of the watch. Right. Okay, joining me on the stage are Sam Watmo and Alex Renier from the Nebo Air Electric Arrows display team. Welcome, guys. Okay, so you guys come from a fairly illustrious background in terms of aviation. Sam, I'll start with you. What's your aviation background and how did you get to fly with the team?
At all. I've just been flying a long time, is all it is, predominantly for the airlines. Wide body, Boeing, Airbus. But throughout that, I've kept a passion for light aircraft going, because I really think that's where the fun is and the skill base is. So I've been very lucky to fly a lot of aircraft, and through that, that's got me into aerobatics, formation flying, and the airshow world. And my association with one of the flying clubs, in fact, here at Blackbush, Summit Aviation, big up to them, Summit, thank you. We had a Pipistrel Virus Electro aircraft here as one of on our training fleet, and Alex was displaying an aircraft like that, and we decided let's make the world's first electric aircraft display team, and that's how Alex and I got together.
Right. Well, we'll come on to that in just a second. Alex, and your background, what's brought you to join this display team?
Well, actually, on my side, I'm quite new to aviation, unlike Sam. I've only started displaying in 2020, which is not that long ago, really, thinking about it. And I had an opportunity in early 2021, I believe, to fly the electric airplane and to do the first ever display done by renewable energy, which was great fun out of all Buckingham.
Yeah.
And when Sam said, I think it'd be great fun to start a display team, I thought, hell, let's do it.
It was an old bar somewhere in Norfolk, yes.
So tell us a bit about the aircraft you fly. It's a I have it here, Pipistrel Velis Electro aircraft, which is a Slovenian design that was only EASA certified 4 years ago. Is that right?
That's about right, yeah. So it's a brand new type. It's newly certified. It's the only electric airplane that's fully certified by EASA. So it means that you can use it for primary training and ab initio training, so to get your LAPL or a PPL license.
Yeah. And now we have, in general aviation, we can see it here at Blackbush, there's a lot of fossil fuel powered aviation. I mean, obviously it's in its early days, but clearly it's a proven model. Where are we on this journey?
Well, as you say, it is early days for this, but already they're finding a niche for it. If you look at the aircraft that are around now, sort of with the advent of drones and UAVs, that's really pushed battery technology way beyond what we thought was possible maybe 10 years ago. And now it's making a light training aircraft much more viable, and we're proving that. And if you look at...
Right, well, there goes one of the monitors. We'll deal with that in a minute.
All right.
Nothing to see here.
Yes, if you look at the push for unmanned aerial vehicles and those electric aircraft that are flying sort of personal transport around, the drive for pushing the batteries is even further. And so this aircraft, being based on an already existing design, but being electrified, as it would, it is a great first step, and it's able to fulfill those roles that actually just get people in the air in the simplest and easiest form. So it is early days, and we're not going to see it on the large transport aircraft yet. But if you look at the way the technology is advancing, it's going to absolutely replace a lot of our fossil-powered aircraft in the not-too-distant future, I think.
Yeah. And the battery or the power plant, however we want to call it, is that lithium battery? Is it air-cooled, liquid-cooled? I mean, how do you get the power required? What is the power, and how does it get to the propeller at the front?
So the latest version of the Velis Electro has got approximately 24 kilowatts worth of battery. They are lithium-ion and composites, and they are liquid-cooled more than water-cooled.
Yeah.
So we have some systems that go in between the battery cells and keeps them nice and cool.
Right. And in terms of handling of the airplane, clearly it's got an elevator, a rudder, and ailerons. It flies like an airplane, standard or typical airplane that we're used to flying with fossil fuel. But this is quite a lightweight machine, isn't it? Is it 600 kilograms all up weight, I believe? So what would that be like on a day like today? It must be quite susceptible to the weather.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a very light aeroplane. Obviously, there's no point building a heavy aeroplane when you're charged with sort of maximising your power source. lightweight. And Pipistrel traditionally are an aircraft manufacturer that build gliders, so they're very, very experienced at building ultralight aircraft. How it handles is in many ways a bit like a glider. It's very slippery. It's very well aerodynamic design, but it does mean on a windy conditions day like today, actually takeoff and landing not too bad. Its handling and control surfaces are big enough that it'll cope with that, but taxiing on a day like today would be a real issue. And we'd probably either walk them out to the runway or actually just keep them in the hangar on a day like today.
And let's turn our attention to the display. So again, all good ideas started in the bar. So you thought you put two of these aircraft together. We talked about formation flying earlier on with Andy and the Red Arrows. They have proven techniques flying a machine that has done this for many years. You have pioneered formation flying with electric aircraft. How do they respond with your throttle movements? You know, is it instantaneous like an electric car? Is it easier to fly in formation? How does all that come together? How does that work?
They're actually really, really fun to fly. It's a bit like a go-kart. So in that respect, it's as quick in changing some power settings, and the controllability is very, very, very tight, which is really nice. But on the flip side, it is also made as a glider. So it will fly and it will not slow down. So you have to be really ahead of the aeroplane when you're flying next to your number one.
So from an air display perspective, of course, you'll have your practice routine. You'll go to different sites. Now, I assume, therefore, that you have to potentially adjust your routine depending on the site, you know, the direction of the wind, or any obstacles or areas you need to be, you know, not flying over. So tell us a bit about planning your display, where you've been, what you've done so far with the display, and what's coming up, what we can expect to see this year or next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Every display site is uniquely different, and with that comes certain areas that, with parameters which you're allowed to display, areas that you're not allowed to fly over. We're quite lucky that this aircraft is very manoeuvrable. We're able to keep the display in quite a tight area and avoid any avoids, as they call them in the trade, any of these voids, and still stay within display area. We've displayed down on Brighton Seafront for a renewables festival. That was a wonderful event, but all sorts of obstacles there, like Palace Pier and the big observation needle that they've got down there. Yeah. All those things come into play, and you've got to work within the CA parameters to avoid them and not scare anyone. I think, though, perhaps the big challenge for us as we go from display site to display site is actually endurance and actually getting the aircraft there. The UK is building up a charging network, so it is possible to go airport to airport now and actually charge up as we go and hop our way to the various display sites. But it does make some places, perhaps seafront displays and sites away from airports, a little trickier to display at and still have the endurance to actually fly there, display, and then fly back to a charging point.
Yeah. And how's your display received by the public? Because it's, you know, it's unique, isn't it? It hasn't been done before. Your second season this year, is that right? Yeah. So how's that received by the public?
So far, we've had a lot of positive feedback from the public. They really like the show that we do, and a lot of them mention how quiet it is. It's very different to combustion engine. It's a lot quieter. It's almost as loud as a couple of washing machines, you know, so it's quite nice.
And tell us who is Nebo Air? Explain who these guys are.
Well, actually, they're the UK distributor for the Pipistrel Virus Electro. So they're a team based up in Norfolk, and they've brought them into the country with the aim of furthering electric aviation and making the impact of aviation lesser on the environment. And so they're looking at bringing them into private owners' hands, flying clubs' hands, and actually putting it in the hands of various clubs and companies so they can actually see for themselves that the concept does work.
Yeah, and I assume it's at a cheaper cost as well. I mean, can you give us an idea of a comparison, you know, with a fossil fuel powered training airplane, a flying schools keen on this move?
At the moment, we unfortunately have some insurance hurdles that we're trying to overcome. They're a brand new type. There's not enough data for them to find correct insurance pricing, which means that at the moment, it's actually almost the same price as, say, a Cessna 152. But with time, in the next couple of years, with a bit of luck, it will be a lot less. It was said a few times that you could probably do a full recharge for approximately 8 to 9 pounds. So it's quite a lot less than the number of litres that you'd be spending on the normal internal combustion engine.
So back to your display then, and along that point, you'll deploy to somewhere like Duxford for an air display. How do you get back home again once you've transited there, you've done your display? What's the, the sort of the logistics footprint to get the airplanes back home?
Yeah, so that's always the challenge, is getting the aircraft to and from the display site. So somewhere like Duxford, they do have a charging point there, which is absolutely wonderful. You can charge these aircraft just using your normal 3-pin plug, which is great. It's a bespoke charger, but it will just plug into a wall.
Yeah.
But ideally, to get a decent rate of charge, you're looking for a 3-phase supply. So Duxford and most aerodromes do have that. And so we'll be contacting the hangars at the various airfields and the charging points to make sure they're available with the right software updates, and then we can deploy there. And we're looking for sort of a transit time between each place of about 30 to 40 minutes.
I see, okay.
And once we get there, we're plugged into the 3-phase supply. And if somewhere that we need to operate from hasn't got a charging point, then we actually send a courier out with a charger in advance. And I say courier, actually it's probably one of the owners of Nebo Air will drive it down there and get the whole infrastructure set up for us.
Yeah. So, talking of infrastructure, obviously you can have mobile infrastructure part of the team. How does that work at airfields like Blackbush? I mean, are you beginning to see this being adopted and having charging points for electric aviation, or are we not quite there yet? I mean, where's the journey?
So Nebo Air did the first ever solar-powered charger, that you can actually just take. It's mobile, you can take it apart, and it will generate approximately 15 kilowatts of energy per hour just from a standard day, even today probably. Right. So that's the next step in my mind of trying to get that infrastructure out. Yeah. But Blackbush actually has 3-phase here. So when Sam was operating it out of here, there was a big charging point here that was being used by his school.
Right. And are you have either of you done any instruction yet with student pilots in the aircraft, and what's the reaction, and how does all that come together?
So I've done a bit of training for some Lappels. It's quite short in terms of time airborne, so we tend to do about 50 minutes chock to chock, which means that the lessons are a bit more compressed. But people absolutely love the visibility that you have inside the aeroplane, how easy it is to control, and it's been very well received by the students, who progress really quickly through, say, 6 to 7 lessons of the PPL or the Lappel.
Yeah. So you're doing a full Lappel license to solo standard?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So. So these old, bold pilots seeing you guys turn up in your Sparky 1, Sparky 2 flying suits, what's the reaction from your fellow folks on the display scene with this team? You must have had some banter.
There is always banter, of course, because we're different, right? But the banter's good, and I think everyone appreciates that there is a place for it. And one of the nice things is we're not competing against anyone. We're not trying to steal our socks. We are a unique display act in itself, and so the banter is just a wonderful part of it.
And I mentioned it earlier on, where do you think you're going to end up later this season or next season with the display? Where can people see you at an air show near them? What's on the diary?
So the next air show that we have, I believe, is Farnborough International. And straight after that, we're going to go up to Buckingham for another show. I think that's the next day. Yeah. And a little later this season, we're hoping to do Duxford Day, and I'm not sure if there's anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the main ones. We've also been invited as part of the ground display for Royal International Air Tattoo as well. So Alex will be there with one of the aircraft and fly the flag.
Brilliant. And any plans for the display itself? I mean, maybe what we should do is look at the routine. How do you do a pairs takeoff in formation? Do you take off in what we call stream, where you're not next to each other? Talk us through the formation display from start to finish. How long does it last? And what is your contingency in terms of battery life if you have to do a hold for another act to finish their flying display before you? I mean, walk us through a typical display day.
Yeah, so we start the display as a stream takeoff. But even before that point, the taxi out is quite unique, because when we bring the power back to idle, the propeller stops. So if we can taxi past the cloud with the propeller stopped, that's always a pleaser, just to actually show that we're that different. The display starts with a stream takeoff. A Sparky one, I lead that takeoff. The visibility in the aircraft is really good, but rearwards not so good. So actually, when Alex is lined up on the runway, I can't see him at all, and that's quite a challenge. And we're perhaps a little bit more stretched for takeoff because of the wingspan is significantly more than other aircraft.
Right.
Once we're airborne, absolutely, we do have some holding time available to us if perhaps the other display acts are running a bit late, but again, not too much. Then we run in as a pair, various manoeuvres and wing overs before we split with some opposition passes.
Yeah.
And hopefully the crowd will see us as we pass each other in front of them, how quiet the aircraft is.
Yeah.
We then rejoin, and Alex takes the lead for the second half and gives me a chance to try and stay with him as we do some more passes before a break, run and break to land.
Right. Okay. And in terms of the air display organisers, what's the reaction from them? Because of course they have a mandate to introduce the public to new innovations in aviation. I mean, are you finding there's a lot of interest from the display organisers themselves in booking you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think airshow organisers are aware of the impact that aviation has on the environment, although to be fair, it's a very small impact compared to other industries. But we're all trying our very best, and therefore we're getting interest from all around the world. We've had inquiries from as far afield as Saudi Arabia, a lot from Europe. It's a lot of boxes for a lot of airshow organisers, but at the moment our challenge is logistics.
Yeah.
So we'd love to take this display around the world, but at the moment battery technology where it is, we're just keeping it a bit more local.
Yeah, of course. And I have read that the Royal Danish Air Force operate the type. Were you guys aware of that?
I personally wasn't aware of. Were you?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was a flying school up in Scandinavia that's fully equipped with them now, and they're doing great guns. They've got a lot of them, and they're doing all sorts of training up there. And a flying school up in Scotland has re-equipped with them, but the Danish Air Force is a new one to me.
Yeah. And have you heard of any other operators flying electric aircraft besides Nebo Air? I mean, is this something that's really taking off, not just with this manufacturer, but others, to create competition in the market?
I'm not sure about the rest of Europe or the rest of the world, but in the UK, we've only got about 12 aircraft at the moment that are fully electric. And I'm not sure if there's a huge demand at the moment for this specific version of the aircraft.
Yeah.
But there is quite a lot of hope that in the next couple of years, we might have a battery that will last nearly 2 hours as opposed to the hour that we're on now. And that will completely change the landscape.
Yeah, indeed. If anybody wants to come and experience the Pipistrel, how do they do that? Where can they come, and how can they book a trial flight with you guys?
So at the moment, we have a couple of schools that offer this. There's one up at Norwich,
right,
and there's one down in Popham. And you can buy air experiences for both of those and experience what it's like to be in an electric airplane. And if you have a license, you can also do your differences training at either of those two places.
Okay, and what was that differences training involve exactly? Is obviously the power plant is key. Well, how would that be delivered to a student?
So at the moment, the differences training that is on offer by Nebo Air or Nebo Air trained instructors, it follows very much what the factory recommends. So it's a total of 6 sorties, including how to handle the aircraft, because it is slightly different to your average PA-28 or Cessna 172. It glides a lot better, it doesn't slow down as well, and operating out of difficult sites in the UK can be a challenge. So it teaches you how to really fly the aeroplane. So we cover a lot of these items, and then once you've got the hang of it, we go through the emergencies that obviously different types of emergencies on the electric battery rather than internal combustion engines, but that's more or less what we cover.
Right, and do you do landaways as part of that as well?
Yeah, we do one landaway as part of it, and this is where you really realize that the current limited range of the battery does make it very difficult, because we're ending up with 30 minutes plus 25 minutes of actually going somewhere. So you have the 30 minutes minimum reserve for visual flight rules, and you've got 25 minutes that is available to you to go to places. Now, if you're doing about 75 knots, which is roughly 85 miles an hour, that's not a huge distance to cover. And if you have to divert arriving at your destination, it again doesn't leave many other aerodromes available to you. So getting that thought process in early actually is quite important.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, it's been a fascinating discussion. Thank you for sharing that with us. Hopefully, if anybody's interested, they'll come and talk to you and have an experience in the Pipistrel. Thanks for your time, guys. So that was Sam and Alex here today at Aerobility Live. So what I'm going to do now is hand you over to Neil, who is at the control tower.
I certainly am, John. Thank you very much. I'm at control tower, which is where everything is controlled for everything that flies around the air at Blackbush. And I've just got two friends up there now, Harvey and Laura, who are going to introduce you to an FISO. Harvey, Laura, over to you folks.
Hello, and this is much calmer than my last interview. We're up here in the tower, nice and quiet, and joined here by Tower Manager Phil. Thank you for your time. Tell us a bit about what you do up here, Phil.
Right, okay, we're what we call a flight information service. So we operate flight information service in our 2-mile radius of here. So up here we have to coordinate any air movements and ground movements within Blackbush area and Farnborough.
Fantastic. And in terms of air traffic control, it's not full control. Just explain the difference between that.
Right, air traffic control, you control aircraft in the air. As a FISO, Flight Information Service, we control aircraft on the ground and we give information to aircraft in the air for flight safety reasons.
Fantastic. So tell us a bit about how you got into this role.
Right, okay. Well, many years ago I was an air cadet and I was interested in aviation. Tried to get into the Royal Air Force, didn't quite make it, and I joined the police, where I was a police officer for 30 years. And then through my flying, with my background with private flying, so I've got a private pilot's licence a few years ago as well. I was an air cadet instructor, I used to take people, send them solo, and a friend of mine told me down at Goodwood there was a vacancy going for a flight information service officer, which I went for. And 7 years later, here I am here. So,
fantastic. And just touching briefly on policing, that's an interesting job. What was your sort of funniest story from that job that you can tell on live TV?
What, with the police?
Yes.
Wow, which one can I choose? Off the top of my head, stopped a few celebrities, so it was quite interesting. I was a traffic officer for 20 years, so we had dealings with quite a few vehicles on the road, which when you got to the driver's door, you found out it was a celebrity. I'm not going to name names here, but it was quite interesting.
Yeah, we don't want to get sued at all. So in terms of the day-to-day up here in the tower, what does that look like?
We operate 3 shifts here. We have an early shift where you start at 6:30. There's one person in the tower until about 9:15. Then you get 2 people in the tower, and with 2, another one comes along at 10 o'clock. So we operate 3 people through the day. And we all got various roles. You've got Vikram over there at the moment, who's the FISO. He's on the desk talking to aircraft. And the person will sit here on my left, he's the assistant. And you've got a third person that can cover for lunches and stuff. And so there's always 2 people in the tower because it can get very busy.
Yeah, covering for lunches is, I think, the most vital role up here. Whilst we're up here, it would be a shame not to have a bit of a look around. Could you give us a very brief look?
Yeah, sure. If we go over here, go to Vikram, who's now the FISO on the desk. So he's sat here at the moment. He's got his strip board in front of him, and it's got coloured strips. Each strip relates to an aircraft. If it's blue, it tells you the aircraft is inbound. If it's orange, we haven't got any orange on the board at the moment, that's aircraft that are inbound to us, but unfortunately nothing is inbound because of the weather. It's obviously put everybody off today, unfortunately. So everything's ready to go out. That's the strips all set up, and you've got the middle of the board, shows you the runway in use, shows you the pressures of the Q&H QFE, and on the bottom left-hand side, any other aspect that's going on outside. We've got Fire 3, which is shown to be on the airfield. So at a glance, you can look at what's going on outside, and that's the board that gives you all the information. Looking on the left, you've got your computers, so Vikram can see what the weather's like initially outside. You've got Skylink Pro, which gives us our wind and weather directions. We've got a system called Red Atlas, which is what we log everything on, which is all the database of all the aircraft. And then we've got a system there called ADSB, which we only use as a reference. It's just there as a guide, because ADSB will show us what's going on around. You've probably heard flight radar. It's a similar thing to flight radar. And on the left is just the other assistance desk, who deals with all the phone calls and stuff and books everybody in and out.
Fantastic. Something we don't get to see every day. That's it. So, not to bring the day down, we're all having a good time, but sometimes things don't go to plan. What is your guys' role in an emergency?
Right, we've got a forward-planned plan. We have, if an incident occurs, we've got a red button over there. I'm not sure what the camera wants to see, the red button. That's the button that we press. That sets the alarm off. We've got connections with radios to the fire crew, and we've got emergency response procedures. I've got a big red book over there. It's nothing to do with This Is Your Life, but you've got emergency response plan, and we go by an emergency response plan for any incident. You've got a full emergency, you've got a local incident, such as a local standby, and even incidents such as someone running across the airfield or anything like that. We've got a contingency for each action.
And your role in that situation is to support the pilots to come to a safe outcome.
Safe outcome, safe and efficient conduct of flight, and also we coordinate up here any incident that goes on. Obviously with outside agencies, but very, very closely linked to the fire crew over there.
Fantastic. And so today is a non-standard day for Blackness. We should have loads of visiting aircraft. We have still got quite a few today. What's the difference between your work today and sort of any other day in the office?
Okay, today's been planned. It's been planned a long, long time in advance. So you've got everything, all the strips I've pointed out, which we had people book in. Non-standard because we've got no other general GA today. We've got no people doing training. We've got no commercial flights coming in today. So today is, I don't like to use the Q word, quiet, but it is quiet because of the event and with the weather. It stopped quite a lot going on. But normally you'd find this absolutely rammed with lots of aircraft coming in. They're all coming in slots today, slots of 5 between 9 o'clock local and up to 11 o'clock. And we were expecting about 100 aircraft today, sadly. So
still got some interesting aircraft there. And very quickly, we've got less than a minute left. But what's your favourite part about this job you're doing now?
It's varied every day. Every day's a different day, so you've got to be prepared for anything. And above all, we've got the best view of the airport. It's we're up in the weather. We see all weathers as well. But it's just being amongst aviation, that's what we are here for, to fly. So it's great. Love it.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much for running it so smoothly. We're going to cross back to the stage now for some more Aerobility Live.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stage. I'm joined on the stage here by Ben Griffiths. Ben, thanks for joining us today, and I've also got George here as well.
Thanks, John. It's good to be here.
So this part of Airability Live is our little nod to D-Day and the Battle of Normandy in World War II 80 years ago this month. I was privileged to be in Normandy last week to pay my little respect to those veterans that gave the ultimate sacrifice, and it really was a wonderful honour and privilege. I flew an original World War II L4 Grasshopper aircraft, which was an aircraft that was used for liaison duties, artillery spotting. These aircraft would fly behind enemy lines, spotting the German positions so that Allied artillery could be directed accordingly. It was an amazing experience. I went down there with 5 other aircraft. We left the UK in marginal weather like we have today, but the weather got better and better throughout the week. But for those of you who perhaps don't know what D-Day was and the Battle of Normandy, it really was a turning point in World War II. It was where the Allies opened up what they called the Western Front, that ultimately led to victory in Europe and then victory in World War II. It comprised of forces made up from the US, Canada and the UK. who set sail from ports in the United Kingdom to effectively make a seaborne invasion of the northern coast of France. It was preceded by an airborne invasion by the 82nd and the 101st Airborne Division. They landed on what they call the western flank, so just south of the Cherbourg Peninsula. And to the east, we had the UK paratroopers, and they landed on Pegasus Bridge, which has been famed in the annals of history, which gave the protection required for what they called Operation Neptune, which was the sea landings. So this involved hundreds of thousands of troops. The casualties were colossal. In fact, if you take the number of casualties throughout the 77-day campaign in Normandy, it was a greater cost in life than the Battle of Passchendaele, the Somme and Verdun in World War I. So I cannot overstate what that meant to us and the freedom that we enjoy today. Ben, you were there for the week. Tell us a bit about your experiences and what that meant to you.
Yeah, it was incredible, really. So I got involved supporting the Dakotas that went over to Normandy for the whole week. It started off supporting the Americans. We originally were going to bring 12 Dakotas across for the events. In the event, we had 7. 2 of them are based in the UK at North Weald with Aero Legends, and the other 5 had come across, including a very special aeroplane. It's called That's All Brother. And it was actually the very first aircraft on the first wave of the invasion back in 1944. That aircraft was found in a scrapyard. Somebody had recognised the tail number on it and spent a lot of time, money and love restoring it to airworthy condition. And I had the amazing privilege of flying 3 generations of family from the wartime pilot over the beaches of Normandy when we first arrived just over a week ago. So yeah, it was an incredible experience. Amazing to see those historic aircraft there, and they were really well received by the French people as well. Some people remembered them from wartime and were very emotional about seeing them back in Normandy.
Yeah, no, indeed. And actually, if I could summarise my top 3 moments being out there, there was a moment when there was a veteran who I had the privilege of meeting, which we'll talk about later. He was being wheeled back from airside towards the terminal building, and there were 2 gendarmerie police ladies, probably in their early 30s, and this lady stood to attention, and she saluted this gentleman, and she said, "Thank you." It was the only word she could get out. She was in tears. There were some American Air Force guys, and everybody was completely bowled over by the spontaneity of this, and it really meant, and it sort of encapsulated what was happening that week. Throughout the week at Cherbourg Airport, where we were operating from, the US Air Force deployed 10 C-130 Hercules aircraft, and they were all painted up in D-Day markings, and they were flying dozens of memorial flyovers across small villages and towns and services in commemoration of those events 80 years ago. So it really was an unbelievable privilege. I think also another point for me was when we visited a town called St. Mère-Église. St. Mère-Église was inland to the west of Utah Beach, and Utah Beach was the furthest west of the beaches that were landed by the US forces, liberated within a few days. I visited there, and there were some 82nd Airborne and 101st Airborne troops of today there with families, 2 generations on, of American people visiting, and the discussions and the camaraderie was just wonderful to see. And of course, the BBC coverage that we all saw last week really kind of brought it home about the fact that perhaps the events that occurred last week, the last state-sponsored events, perhaps you might say, because there are only 250 veterans, UK veterans, alive, and there was a few of them that made the journey. And as I said, it was an absolute privilege and honour to meet them. I did have an opportunity to meet a gentleman called Casey, who was stationed at Ridgewell, actually, in Essex, flying the B-17 bomber. And he was a waste gunner on an aircraft called Friday the 13th, left on a night mission over Germany, and a Focke-Wulf 190 aircraft shot them down. His oxygen bottle exploded in his face. He lost his right eye. But given these injuries, he managed to bail out the aircraft that was on fire in a spin over Germany. he survived the landing only to be captured by a German farmer who wanted to take his life. But the German farmer saw this, and she said to this chap, "No, we have a son of his age. We can't possibly, what are you doing here? You can't possibly behave in this manner." His life was spared. He ended up going to Stalag Luft 4 as a prisoner of war, and as the Germans retreated through eastern Germany and Poland, he ended up on the long winter march, where half of the 20,000 prisoners that were marched died through hypothermia or starvation. But he lived to tell the tale, and he slipped into my hand something that I will treasure forever. I hadn't expected it, but you might see here this challenge coin. A challenge coin is something that the military will have in their pocket. If they're anywhere near a bar, they'll call the challenge, and the last person to put their coin on the table buys the drinks. So there it is. That's the coin that was given to me. I'll treasure that for a very long time. Something else that I was given, perhaps in a little bit more of a patch-swapping behavior that goes on with pilots, was this thing here. This is a patch that the US Air Force deployment had on their arms. The picture tells the story. I spoke to a lot of these crews flying the C-130 aircraft, and they were absolutely honored and privileged to be a part of this. There were aircraft from Texas, Japan, Ramstein, and also from the UK at Mildenhall, who deployed flying veterans, and actually myself and Ben, which hopefully on the VT you'll see in just a while. But back to the origins of the Battle of Normandy and D-Day, I'd like to bring in George here, because George and I had a chat last night, and often, you know, George has served in the armed forces, and so has Andy and Liz, who you've met previously. And it's that briefing before we go into battle. It's that feeling of jeopardy, the feeling of fear, anxiety, wanting to do the best for your mates, and having that ability to go into battle with a focus. And George, you shared with me last night the I guess the way that Dwight D. Eisenhower, who was the Supreme Allied Commander of Operation Overlord, which was the entire invasion, what he said to the troops that night. So I'll leave it over to you now, George.
Well, actually, of course, they were all based in Southwark House up on the hill overlooking Portsmouth. I will touch on it later, but I was very privileged to be involved with the national event at Portsmouth in the arena last week. And we focused very much on the veterans and the preparatory period. The point of the British side of the Channel engagement last week was all about the preparation. John and all the activity was all about, of course, the action that actually took place. It was Montgomery that issued the words to, he was, of course, then head of 21st Army Group. And in the usual stoic language you would expect of a British Army general, the time has come to deal the enemy a terrific blow in Western Europe. The blow will be struck by the combined sea, land, and air forces of the Allies, together constituting one great Allied team under the supreme command of General Eisenhower. On the eve of this great adventure, I send my best wishes to every soldier in the Allied team. I'll go on to the end, because he then just mentions a short epitaph or prayer. As we enter the battle, let us recall the words of a famous soldier spoken many years before. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dare not pull it back into the touch to win or lose it all. Good luck to each and every one of you, and good hunting on the mainland of Europe.
Well, those are amazing words, you know, and Ben and I had the privilege, as I said, of being in Cherbourg. So Cherbourg is on the northern coast of that peninsula there in France, and the C-47s that were based there are pretty much as they were in World War II. And there were thousands of guys who had paid money to come to France in period gear in their round canopies and jump into the bocage, which was the landscape that defined the battle as well in Normandy, which we'll come on to in just a moment. But Ben, you had the honor of flying in some of those aircraft.
Yeah, it's a pretty special aircraft, really. I've always had a real fondness for the fighters. You know, the Spitfire was always my favourite when I was younger. Loved the Mustang as well. But to be around those Dakotas was something completely different. You know, they're really heavy metal, incredibly impressive interiors with bullet holes. One of the aircraft had been shot at quite extensively over Arnhem. You'd be familiar from the famous Bridge Too Far movie. And taken the decision to actually cover them up with patches, but you can still run your hands over the bullet holes and the shrapnel impacts on that aircraft, including a mysterious one that's right through the pilot's seat. But, you know, what the story is behind that, nobody knows. But yes, we ended up dropping 1,300 parachutists from all over the world, actually, over Normandy in that week. Some of them had come as far as America. There were others, French enthusiasts. And yes, they dress up in the period costume. They drop on the round canopies, and yeah, they have a really good time doing it. I was offered the chance to do my parachute training, but as a pilot, I decided I'd rather be flying the aeroplane than jumping out of it.
So I got to visit the Airborne Museum at St Mary Église, the town I mentioned earlier on, one of the first to be liberated by the Allied forces. And you get a real sense of the job they had to do that night, the Airborne forces jumping out of the Dakotas. So you had the Pathfinders. These were the guys that were the very first in that would set up primitive radar positioning finding equipment so that these Dakota pilots at night, you know, with no lights, no moonlight, the weather that night was awful. That was going to guide them in to drop what they called the stick of paratroopers. And you really get a sense of how the weather played a role on D-Day, and it really did cause mayhem. So the aircraft came in from the west, from the Atlantic side of the peninsula, and because of low cloud, there was confusion. There were, German attack, as they call it, and the aircraft dispersed. Some descended and dropped their paratroopers too low, so they died as they hit the ground. There were others that were dropped tens of miles off their target. So the sense of confusion on the ground was worse enough for the Allies, but actually it confused the Germans. They didn't know where the invasion was coming from. And we should mention Operation Fortitude, which was this deceptive operation that took place months and years before D-Day to keep the Germans guessing. They did look at the what they call the Pas de Calais, but because of canals and river systems around there and the proximity to strong German lines, that decision was taken away. So Normandy it was. And actually, the invasion was almost cancelled and postponed until the period of the 18th to the 20th of June. Well, thank goodness that didn't take place, because a huge storm blew through the Normandy region, and that would have delayed the landings even further, to great jeopardy. But back to the experiences, Ben, that we had in Normandy. I'd like to remind you of some of the aircrew that we met flying those Dakotas, who'd come all the way from the US. A lot of the guys had funded it themselves, and what it meant to them. What were the conversations you had with those guys?
Yeah, it was incredible, really. When we first of all, we flew 3 generations of family from one of the original pilots over to Cherbourg. And the young guys who were flying that aircraft, it turned out to have been the very first of the main assault wave over the beach in 1944, called That's All Brother. And it had been found in a boneyard. Someone had recognised the tail number, researched it, and restored it with a lot of love and care. But the pilots of that aircraft, when they were interacting with the family of the original pilot, were almost completely overwhelmed. The son of the pilot, who was 80, was very emotional to be flying over Normandy, where his father had seen action, and of course that affected all of us on board. It was one of those real moments where you kind of felt like you were reaching back into history, particularly when they passed around his war diary and we were reading the entries from the 6th of June 1944. That was very, very powerful. And to see those same scenes, you know, the views hadn't changed. There were far fewer aircraft. I think there were maybe 2,000 aircraft on D-Day itself. We were 7 Dakotas and maybe 10 or 12 C-130s, but to see all those aircraft in the sky with people flying as professionally as they would have done back then was an incredible sight, and I think everybody was emotionally overcome.
Yeah, indeed. Well, at this point, I'd like to bring on Liz and Andy, if I may. Because, as I said to you, these guys have have known what it's like to fly on what they call live operations, that is in the face of the enemy. So one thing that was really apparent to me in Normandy, as I flew from the UK along all of the beaches, there were 5 main beaches. It was as I say, a combination of the Canadian, British and American forces. You really got a sense of that 50-mile stretch, 80 kilometers, where the beaches were stormed, and you can still see the remnants. You can see the what they called, it was Hitler's Atlantic Wall. It was his attempt to defend Western Europe. He committed 300,000 troops to build that wall, but it was penetrated. And to see it from the air and to overfly the cemeteries and to see what must have happened, all those years ago. It was really quite moving.
John,
So, Andy,
I was just going to say, just one moment. I'm just looking at this fantastic flyer watch, which one of you is going to win, hopefully, this afternoon, which would be really, really good news if you do that.
Yes,
just
please.
one mention then for those brave glider pilots who actually were the most successful and the earliest of all the actions, who on the simplicity of just one watch reached their objective literally around midnight, 6 hours before the main invasion actually took place, using just the stopwatch and the speed of the gliders to land within 100 yards of Pegasus Bridge and capture that as the first successful moment. So let's, a nod to them as well as what followed. But let's carry on, John. I think time is pursuing.
Yeah, absolutely. So Andy and Liz, if you can hear me, you're on the side of the stage. If you guys want to come here, come through here.
I'll be joining you.
So what I'd like to do now is
Obviously.
understand the emotions, the anxieties, and the feelings that you guys had when you were flying on operations, and what went through your mind when you got in the bubble, as they say. So in aviation, we want to take all of that ancillary distraction out of our head, and we want to focus on the task at hand. And you heard the words of Montgomery that George read out earlier on. There's no turning back. You want to look after your friends, your mates, and get your job done. So, guys, how did you find those experiences all those years ago? What was your overwhelming thoughts?
I think you just touched on it, John. It's, your colleagues that you work with are your friends. They're your teammates. They're the people that you've gone through your training with. You've potentially, lived with on a squadron for a long time before you potentially get to these points where you're doing deliberate ops. And I think you trust them so much that, there's 4 of us certainly on the back of a Chinook or a Chinook crew, and you all believe in each other and know that you're capable of doing your job. And I think that trust is what, I guess, takes over the fear, because you trust your equipment, you trust your aircraft, and you trust your team, and that actually pushes the fear out of your brain.
Yeah, just to confirm, you're actually having the most exciting adventure of your life, and you're doing it with your friends. And that is just enormously rewarding and inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're going into it together.
Yeah, it's very exciting. There is a lot of time to think, though, and you just want to be busy. You want to be busy doing the operational build-up. You've got the planning. Certainly on the Tornadoes, we're going a long way behind the forward lines. So we're going a long way behind the front line. And so we had strategic long-distance targets to do as bomber crews. And you're really busy planning and working on your escape and evasion plans, your electronic warfare plans, your bombing and weaponeering plans, working as a crew, as a 4-ship or larger formations. You've got a lot of jobs to be doing, and everyone's got their specific roles. Each of you have specializations, and then there's the formation leaders. So they're planning a lot of the strategy. You're doing your part. And also, as a crew, you've got your own crew as pilot and nav on the Tornado. You're very close. You want to work well. You want to make sure that the SOPs are good. You revise your checklists. You're working really hard that you, yourself, as a crew, as an aircraft, don't let the formation down or let the squadron down. And you're all interdependent as well. So each aircraft is looking out for the other aircraft in the formation. So you want to get the job done, but also there's that nagging thing at the back of your mind. Oh, my God, this time it's real. And they're going to shoot back.
And I think you touched on a really good point there, is that it's always about the people to the left and the right of you. Certainly I obviously served Queen and Country, but it was never really about going to war for Queen and Country. It was about not letting those people down to the left and the right, and also not looking like the Muppet who'd messed something up. So everybody always made sure they were on top of their game for everything.
One man has really summed that up for me. He was also a tornado pilot. He said it wasn't about the fear of flying. It's not about the fear of fighting. It's about the fear of failure. That you yourself have not achieved what you've spent years training to do. And when that kicks in, you are so focused on doing your job and doing it well. And for me, that was really, really a poignant thing to say. But in many ways, being in the air, one of the reasons I chose to go into military aviation was that it was better than living in a trench. But for the guys who had to close with the enemy, face to face, sometimes with the bayonet, I'm talking modern warfare. The Falkland Islands, for example, was a short but very brutal war. And that was mean, it was cold, it was horrid. Aviation had a big part to play in that. But the boots on the ground are the guys that actually secure the victory. And we must never forget that.
No, absolutely not.
And there's a thing called the separation of altitude, which I'm sure George and Andy both have heard of. And, we don't look in the whites of the eyes if we ever have to pull that trigger, whereas they do.
Yeah, it's very apparent as an aviator. You're well above things. You have the bird's eye view. Again, lots of technical equipment means that we can look down at weapons effects. We can look down at the targeting and all that sort of stuff. You see the separation, but in certain imagery, you can see it's very apparent that what's going on the ground. And I've always had the utmost respect for those that are in the ditches on the ground, closing with the enemy. We've worked a lot with certainly the Tornadoes, with special forces in terms of cooperative targeting and all those sort of things. And it really is utmost respect. They also have, flatteringly respect for us doing our job. And it's each of you work the piece of the jigsaw that you know about, and you hope that it all works together to protect and get the best effects to shorten the engagement as much as you can.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully there's some VT playing, so the guys in the hut, if you are playing that, then that would be great. But I'd like to touch on something I mentioned earlier on, which was the Bocage region of Normandy. And as you guys said, it was hand-to-hand fighting. It was bayonets on. The terrain was perfect for the defender. The Germans had had 4 years to build their defences, and so the guys coming in really were blind. They had 13-foot high hedges, big drainage ditches and embankments, so it really was field-to-field fighting. And I'm sure we've all seen the movies, Band of Brothers. It really is exceptionally bloody, and that's just the brutal reality of war. And as you guys said, I think that separation of altitude separated you guys from the airborne side, but we must never forget the sacrifice that was made. And I've got my notes down here. 27 military cemeteries in the Normandy region alone. The largest British cemetery is in Bayeux. 4,000 fallen British soldiers were laid to rest there. 160,000 Allied troops landed on D-Day, and on D-Day alone, 4,500 troops died from the UK. So, yeah, indeed, it was a huge, huge sacrifice, but one that was necessary. And the civilian casualties, we shouldn't forget the civilian casualties. So in the Normandy region, 20,000 French civilians died because, of course, to enable the ground forces to make their advances, we had to soften up the enemy. In any way to do that without the benefit of the technology we have nowadays was carpet bombing. It was inaccurate, but it was the only option available. So the cost in human life is something we should never forget.
Absolutely.
And indeed, perhaps it's got more sinister. We're talking about being removed from the reality, but now we're watching on our home televisions, aren't we? Drone footage of really destructive moments, and it's almost surreal to be removed. So let's just also record it, not just those moments which are brutal and horrid, but right up to today, we still have people deployed around the world. We still have people facing, perhaps in a different ways, and we don't always hear about it, the enemies that we face today, and it's tricky. And there are veterans walking around the streets today you just will not recognize. Yes, we must. It was lovely to recognize those wonderful old boys last week, but we are an example of the veterans of today, and you won't recognize them. Yeah. But there are many, many of them, and they've been through, luckily Help for Heroes and combat stress raised the profile of all those. So let us remember and help them as well. But my Flyer watch, which one of you is going to win, I hope, indicates that we were about to hand over, but I understand we've got a few more minutes.
We do have a few minutes, and I can see on our monitors here that you're seeing some images here of St Mary Glees. Let's talk to you about what you're seeing on the big screen. So you may have seen in the film, and someone's going to remind me of which film it was, but there was an 82nd Airborne paratrooper that got hung up on a church in St Mary Glees, and he was there. The Germans saw him. He survived. And he was cut down and lived to tell the tale. But if ever you guys are near Normandy and want to go and visit St Mary Glees, it really is a fascinating place to visit. I'm not sure, Ben, did you make a visit down there or any other? Oh, you haven't got a microphone. Yep.
No, I didn't get to St Mary Glees, but we did go to Utah Beach, and that was pretty incredible. There were far fewer casualties there than there were in Omaha. You know, Omaha is Saving Private Ryan, everybody's familiar with those scenes, but Utah was a much more benign landing, although of course there were some casualties. It's a very wide, very flat beach, and as we were sort of walking out onto the sand there were lots of French civilians, you know, kids making sandcastles, that kind of thing. And then 4 of the American Air Force Hercules came zipping along at about 500 feet, really, really enjoying themselves. And the kids immediately dumped their buckets and spades, were waving at the airplanes. And I just thought, you know, Mum and Dad were really pleased to see that because it was just a sort of a generational sort of transfer of appreciation for everything that took place. But to see the beach as peaceful as it was, you know, knowing what had happened there exactly 80 years ago was quite emotional. As was going to the British Memorial in Normandy, and I'd encourage anybody who hasn't been to go and see that. It's a very, very powerful site and a great tribute.
Yeah, seeing the paratroopers now lining up to get on those Dakotas. I mean, what must it have been like to jump out of the back, complete blackness, not knowing whether you've made it to the correct part of the drop ground at all, and then to regroup with your mates to do that. I mean, I don't know how many of us have done parachuting. It can be hairy on a lovely day, can't it?
Yeah. Well, into the abyss is probably the answer. I mean, I've got my skydive license, and regardless how many jumps you've done, you lose your breath when you step out. But stepping out into the face of the enemy, into the unknown at night, I can't imagine. I mean, one of the things that really brought it home for me was at the museum in St Mary Glees. There's a really good D-Day airborne experience where you go into a Dakota at night and you get at least a taste of what it must have been like. But the Germans flooded all the fields, knowing that there may be an airborne assault. Many of the paratroopers drowned as they jumped into the region. As I said, there was huge confusion because of the weather. You know, so it was complete chaos. But you know, they managed to join up all the 5 beachheads. So Juneau, Sword, Gold, Omaha and Utah were the beaches that 50-mile stretch, and the objective was St. Lo City and Caen City. Once they could get the road network secured, get the river network secured, that then allowed, you know, the progress to then take the battle to the east. And of course, in the August-September timeframe, we've heard of the Battle of the Bulge in the Ardennes region of Belgium, and finally we had made an impact. But George, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it's those airborne troops. You know, they didn't know what they were jumping into.
And even stepping into the unknown. I mean, all the landing craft, we lost so many soldiers who just stepped off the ramps of the landing craft straight into deep water and drowned before they'd even got into the battle. You know, and that's certainly something whenever I think of D-Day, and I was thinking about it last week a lot, was that feeling of putting a ramp down and watching people run past you into the unknown. And they really, you know, some of the troops we used to fly at Herrick, you know, some of them were only 18 years old. And I used to think, you know, you're barely old enough to be out late at night, and yet here you are running past me and into a war zone, and they didn't know what they were going into either. And I think, you know, you can feel very, very helpless just watching people go off into that feeling.
Well, what better way to conclude, perhaps, John, this whole segment now, which has been fascinating. We could talk for a long time, would be perhaps to leave it now in the words of a veteran. We have a little piece on VT, I think, which would be a lovely way to conclude this segment.
We do. So if Colin can hear me, Colin, if you could take us forward to the veteran that witnessed that fly past of the Dakotas, and then what we'll do after, it's only a short clip, but it really does capture the reason that all of these people made that journey to witness the commemorations. Straight after that clip, Charlie Cook is going to come onto the stage, and she's going to read Grace that was read out by myself last week on Thursday evening, where a large group of us in Normandy had a dinner party and raised a toast to the fallen. So hopefully we can play that clip now.
The DC-3, the C-47.
I used to fly those. Oh, that is such a great sight. Yep, tears coming to my eyes.
Lord, on this 80th anniversary of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, we come together today with hearts full of gratitude for the brave aviators, sailors, and soldiers who fought and sacrificed so much on that fateful day and the months following. We give thanks for their courage, their selflessness, and their unwavering dedication to defend our freedom. As we remember the countless lives lost and the incredible feats accomplished during the Battle of Normandy, we pray for those who continue to serve in our armed forces. Grant them strength, wisdom, and protection as they carry out their duties with honor and integrity, just like their forefathers 80 years ago. To the veterans who are still with us, grant them good health, good fortune, and happiness in their twilight years, and give them comfort during this period as they remember their comrades who made the ultimate sacrifice. And to us, the future generation, allow us to take heed of the lessons that history has taught us, and to give us wisdom and understanding and tolerance of each other. And the final word to the fallen. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Amen.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Neil and Harvey in India Romeo here over in the Silver Warrior. We've sat down today and we wanted to have a chat with one of the new faces of Aerobility, one of our new pin-ups, Mr. Jeff Spink. We're sitting in a Warrior here, which is where Jeff does some of his flying training. And Harvey and I have done many hours in this aircraft, so we thought it was quite appropriate that we'd sit down here and have a chat with Jeff. Hi, Jeff. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
Good to see you. Good to see you here and supporting us as always. Have you had a good day?
Yep, had a brilliant day. I was very worried about the weather this morning. I think it's been better than I expected.
Yeah, it was truly awful this morning, wasn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
So tell me, Jeff, your journey, how did you end up sitting in the Warrior today? And don't say you just climbed up and jumped in, but can you tell us about your disability and how you've got here today?
Well, I did do that. I did just climb up and jump in, but if you want to ask me all about my Airability journey, it's basically this. I knew about Airability when I was a journalist working at the BBC. I now and again gave you a bit of coverage whenever I could. But I always thought, Airability is something for injured veterans or people with a spinal injury or whatever. It's nothing to do with people like me who are registered blind and got severely shortened upper limbs. And then I saw this thing asking about whether I wanted to do the 3-hour flight sim course, what we call the VAE, Virtual Aviation Experience. And I thought, well, I can't do any damage if I try that out. And I tried it out, and the instructor said to me, why aren't you flying for real? You seem to have a real passion for this. And I said, well, because I'm registered blind. And his words were sort of basically, so what? Come on down. So I did. I applied for a scholarship. I got it. I did 5 hours in the Warrior, and I'm still flying now.
That's really good, really good.
Jeff, we can't really go on without commenting on your career at the BBC. You must have done some excellent things. Tell us a bit about it.
Well, what can I say? I've done loads of jobs at the BBC. I've been a producer, an editor, a reporter. Probably the most challenging role I had was as in-country project director in Rwanda, running a journalism training and development project for 2 years on behalf of the Department for International Development, but run by the actual BBC World Service. So we lived in Rwanda for 2 years, and that tried all of my different strengths and weaknesses.
Fantastic.
I'm going to go back to aeroplanes again, Jeff, because aeroplanes are a lot more interesting than BBC journalists, aren't they? Jeff, I'm going to ask you maybe a blunt question right now, but obviously you've got shortened upper limbs. How the heck do you manage to control an aeroplane, Jeff?
Well, there you go. I wondered that as well. I think for me, look, I've got 2 perfectly good legs, so the rudder pedals are no problem. I can reach, if I sit forward, I can reach the yoke. There are 1 or 2 controls that are quite challenging for me. And I take the view that as long as I can ask whoever's with me to, let's say, adjust the trim or adjust the flaps, it's still me flying, it's still me making the decision, even if I have to say, can you give me some flap, or can you give me, you know, a couple of shots of trim? It's still me thinking about it and deciding what needs to happen. So just like at home when I've got somebody helping me to cook and I'm saying, can you chop that onion, or can you take that chicken out of the oven? It's me flying with assistance. I know I'll never get my private pilot's license, but that doesn't actually matter, because what I'm getting is the thrill of flying, and that's just wonderful. That kind of, that feeling of freedom, that feeling of being able to be your own boss, you know, kind of not quite master of the skies. I think air traffic control would have something to say about that, but you know what I mean. You're up there and you're doing your own thing, and it just feels so empowering.
So a lot of us with a disability who fly with Aerobility say that it's the great leveler, simply because up there you're just another voice on the radio. No one knows that you've got short limbs, or in my case missing limbs, or like Harvey with cerebral palsy. So it is wonderful like that. So, but is the goal for you to eventually fly the aircraft yourself with someone sitting next to you, and you'll be able to say, well, you're a pilot, even though you can't really ever hold the medical? Is that fair to say?
I think that would be fair to say. I mean, all my life, I've had these 2 twin passions. We can hear some nice fire engines going there.
They're playing your song, Jeff.
Playing our tune, yeah, they are. All my life, I've had this passion for 2 things. They basically both revolve around the internal combustion engine, cars and aeroplanes. And unfortunately, they don't make cars with a twin cockpit, but they always make planes with a twin cockpit. So as much as I can't really legally drive a car, not that that's ever stopped me in the past, I can sort of legally fly a plane as long as there's a qualified pilot next to me. And that feels very, very special to me. It feels like I've got something and I can do something, and it sort of transcends the day-to-day boring things of being disabled, like having pains in your hips or not being able to reach something, you know, off a supermarket shelf. You think, well, okay, that's a bit frustrating, but hey, I've just flown a plane for a couple of hours.
And just for the audience's benefit, this young gentleman sitting to my right was encouraging me to go up and do some aerobatics with him a couple of weeks ago, weren't you, Jeff? And it was only the clouds that let us down, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you were slightly bothered about the fact that you couldn't see the horizon, and I thought, yes, okay, that could be a slight problem if you're flying upside down and you can't see the horizon. However, going up in your Bulldog was very, very thrilling, I have to say, and you know, I hope it won't be the last time.
Excellent, excellent. I think Harvey's got a question for you, Jeff.
I need a Bulldog will come up at some point today. Say, Jeff, you think about this lifelong passion for aviation.
Yep.
I know that both of your parents were in the RAF. Is that where that passion came from?
I think so. You know, my mother and father both served overseas during World War II. My father wasn't aircrew, he was radar, but, you know, back in the day when he first joined the RAF in 1938, that was Britain's top secret weapon. My mum wanted to be one of those Air Force auxiliary pilots that used to deliver aeroplanes and stuff like that. And you had to be 5'4" to qualify as a trainee female pilot to do that. And she was 5'3.5", and she thought, damn, what can I do? So she's told me what she did was she put some cotton wool balls into her stockings to try and add the extra half an inch. But she said once she'd stood on them, the cotton wool went flat and she still went under the bar and wasn't allowed to be a flyer. But I always remember her telling me how much she would have loved to fly a plane, you know, when I was growing up. And I suppose, you know, having that background, it would have given me that sort of stimulus and that sort of passion. And I think had I not been born with the impairments that I've got, I probably would have followed them into the RAF and done something stupid in a fast jet and you know, wrapped it into around a tree or a mountainside by now. So, you know, what we're doing with Airability here is sort of subverting my original passion and making it into something even more special.
Fantastic. And you said that coming to the charity, you got into the virtual aviation experience. For people who don't know much about that, could you tell us a bit about it?
Absolutely. So what I got was a 3-hour tuition split into blocks of 1 hour, and basically it's all done online. You load up a virtual, you load up a flight sim, not the Microsoft version that people have got on their Xboxes and stuff, but another one called GeoFS. And then the instructor, who's a qualified pilot, in my case, it was Mark, who is an ex-commercial pilot, Mark Rothwell. And, you know, so he's showing you how to do various maneuvers, how to take off, how to land, how to climb, how to turn, how to descend, all of that. And we're doing it all together, but apart, you know. He's probably sitting at home, or he's sitting in the Airability office, and I'm sitting at home. And it's just amazing because it feels very real. And oh, whoops. I hope people can still hear us. Anyway, yeah, it feels very realistic. And at the end of those 3 hours, that was when I was asked to, you know, to consider whether I wanted to fly for real. Well, of course, I've always wanted to fly for real. I just never thought it was possible for me. But I think as a gateway for people who don't know whether they're going to be any good at this or whether they would like to do it, the VAE is a superb, soft way of getting into aviation.
That's absolutely wonderful to hear, Jeff. And I think just in closing now, because I think we've taken enough of the ladies and gentlemen's time, I think there's a bit of an announcement out there. There's a lady called Dawn. Dawn, who's Jeff's wife, is in the crowd somewhere. Jeff, I think you've got something to say to your wife.
Yes, I do. I just want to say, well, it's Dawn's birthday tomorrow. And I just wanted to say, first of all, huge thanks for supporting me in this endeavor, bringing me down here and helping me and coming up in the air and never being scared, all of that. So as tomorrow's your birthday, I want to tell you here and now, one of your big surprises, which would have been a surprise in the morning, is that you will be having your first flight. So happy birthday to Dawn for tomorrow.
She doesn't look that impressed, Jeff. She looks a bit scared, in fact. It's not with Jeff, Dawn. You won't be flying with Jeff, don't worry. Thanks very much, Jeff. It's an absolute privilege and a pleasure to know you. And I look forward to flying with you to France in a couple of weeks' time. And happy birthday, Dawn.
Absolutely. And happy birthday, Dawn, too. And, yeah, I look forward to riding in your Bulldog sometime as well.
Absolutely, mate. Cheers, Jeff.
What a fantastic afternoon we've had, Neil and Jeff there. Neil and his passionate relationship with his Bulldog. You must get him in a corner one day and he'll tell you a lot more stories about that indeed. But what fantastic news for Dawn there. Absolutely superb. Well, you can see the wind is still blowing here. It's dried up a little bit. It's been an incredible roller coaster ride. We just had Tatiana leaving in a jet Provos, which increased the wind speed by about another 20 knots across the stage here. But we've just got one more major item to cover over the next 10 minutes, and then it'll be time for the great raffle. Because in case you haven't noticed, the one thing that we are raffling is this fabulous flyer watch. Absolutely outstanding. We hope you bought your raffle ticket. You've just got a few more tickets. You can do that online as well, I believe. I'm not so sure where we are online, but thank you all so much for joining us and being with us as long as you have. And there goes Tatiana in the Jet Provost. And right now, I'll just give her a brief moment before we bring on our next guest. It's a lot of noise. It doesn't go very fast, though. Believe me, I've flown one. Time now to catch up with the story behind this exhibit here on the stage. You may not have all noticed it, but it's actually made out of aircraft parts. To tell us all about this, please welcome Darren Lewington from Aerotiques. Darren, come and join us. Grab a seat. Welcome. Very good to see you. Now, first of all, tell us what is your company about? What is it you do?
We take aeroplanes that have come to the end of their flying life and make them into different things. We think that at the end of their operational lives, that aircraft should live on. So whether it's functional or artistic or furniture, we try and make them have that second life.
Well, here's a good example of furniture. Tell me about this.
So this is an exhaust cone from a Pratt & Whitney JT8 engine from a Boeing 727. And the legs that you can see, as Tatiana makes some noise going past, the legs are ceiling hangers from the inside of your airliner, fitted to Boeings and DC-10s and the like, would hold the ceiling up in place. And even the little brackets that hold the glass in top are flap actuators from Boeing 747s. So it's a case of reusing as much of the aircraft as we can and giving it a new life.
So, getting to this stage, I think Tatiana's having a bit of fun here, isn't she? Do excuse us, but there's a fair bit of noise going on. Do you do it by opportunity, i.e. there's a bit of an old aircraft, let's think about it, or do you have a sort of pre-design in mind where people have said, "Do you know, one day I'd love to have this sort of thing as a coffee table"? How does that process work?
It's a combination of both. When we started the business, we had a few ideas and people bought those ideas. But as we've grown and as we've progressed, around about half our work now is commissioned. And exactly as you say, George, people will come along and say, "I've got an idea for this," or "I've got this space, what can you do with it?" And it's a case of getting those creative juices flowing and finding something that works.
And it does seem to work. You don't need to give me the fine details, but how has the business gone? How much has it grown?
It's doing well. I mean, it started entirely by accident. I never envisaged that I'd be doing this. I worked in aviation. I was an air traffic controller, and I ran the airport at Gloucester for many years. But my business partner came to work for us at the airport, and well, there's a whole backstory. We had an aircraft that the fire crew used to use for training, a Beach Duke, and the thing had been abandoned on the fire ground for many years, and they'd rescue the dummies from it and do all these bits and pieces. But the propeller spinner that covered the propeller on the engine was still there, and it was still shiny. And every time I drove past it, I thought I must take that off at some point and polish it up. And fast forward to my business partner, who's also called Darren, joining the business. I'm driving around the airfield on one of my routine inspections 8 years ago, and the spinner had gone. I thought, that's strange, that's unusual, I wonder what's happened there. Went to the fire crew, they didn't know anything about it. Went to the maintenance team, and they said, yeah, the new guy wants to talk to you about that. And sure enough, Darren came up to my office a few days later, thinking he was in trouble, with this thing beautifully polished up.
Wonderful.
And I said, I'm so pleased you've done that. I've wanted to do it for years. And he said, well, I've got a few other bits and pieces, I've got a few ideas, and we had a discussion. We talked about this being part of the airport's portfolio, or whether he and I could do it independently. And we started off in his shed and my garage, and it grew quite quickly into a successful business.
That's absolutely fantastic. You must have some favorite pieces. I mean, of all the things that you've been involved in, what is the one that you would most like to have kept yourself?
We made an enormous table from a Boeing Stearman wing. We stripped the wing down and took the covering off and refurbished the woodwork and did all the various bits and pieces, and it's just a stunning thing to see. That's now up in a boardroom in Leicestershire. But it's yeah, probably my proudest piece, and certainly the largest. But over the last couple of years in particular, we've been doing a lot of work with the Boeing 747. With British Airways having retired their fleet, we've been processing, well, 22 of them have been chopped up, and we've taken fuselage sections, like you can see on the stage here, and made them into clocks and mirrors and picture frames and works of art. And it's been really good to reunite people with little parts of their history. We've done so many for crews who, that was the last 747 I flew, or my first command, or I had a double engine failure in that one, and they've now got a little piece of their life hanging on the wall in their house. So that personal touch is lovely.
I'm guessing that probably anything to do with Concorde is quite well sought after as well?
It is very well sought after, consequently very expensive to acquire, but you never know, things do appear. We found some Concorde undercarriage actuator legs on Facebook Marketplace in Cheltenham.
Good grief. That is absolutely extraordinary.
And they're in the workshop now, and they will be repurposed at some point in the not too distant future into something lovely.
Yeah. While I'm holding this Flyer watch, by the way, you only have, I think, about 9 minutes to buy your raffle ticket. A lot of watch manufacturers now like to embed bits of old aircraft in them as well. That's become quite a trend. I presume not your business, watches you, but do you hand over interesting bits of metal?
Well, we've done some jewellery, so the pieces that we can't upcycle, we will melt down, and we've made some jewellery, some bracelets, and some pin badges, along with a company who specialise in jewellery manufacture. But yeah, that little bit of embedded history is certainly something that I think we'll develop in the future.
Yes. Okay. The most, well, can you say, surprising or challenging commission that somebody has said, go out, find me X, and put it into this sort of pedestal. What would that have been?
That's an ongoing project.
Oh.
We have a client in the Middle East who has asked for a coffee table made from a compressor blade and the cowling from the engine. And we have the cowling from a Hawker business jet, but we couldn't find an engine. We couldn't find a Garrett engine to fit in that, so we needed to find an engine that came close. And it ended up being a Jaguar, an Ardour engine, a Rolls-Royce Ardour engine, which we have now mounted, and it rotates slowly inside the cowling. The cone comes through the top of the glass, and there's a glass top, and that will be shipped to Dubai in the next few days. But it's been a real challenge making everything work and making everything rotate and getting everything to fit, and that's the fun part of the job. Repurposing the huge collection of bits and pieces that we have into in putting things together. These things were never designed, of course, to be furniture. So that's the challenge. That's the engineering challenge and the fun part.
I'm not surprised you mentioned the word Dubai. Something like that won't be cheap either, will it?
No, it's not. And many of our commission pieces do run to 4 and sometimes 5 figures. But we take the view that everything can be saved. And the sections that we cut off from the fuselages that you can see on screen on the stage behind us can be little key rings or little desk stands and like that. So for a few pounds you can have that little memento, and for a few thousand you can have something very spectacular.
Now, tell me about your association with the charity, Aerobility.
Well, I've known about Aerobility for many years, and when I, in my former life running the airport at Gloucester, we regularly welcomed them, and we had various fly-in days, and we used to charge them landing fees, and they do such a wonderful thing, and the ability to share that with people is fantastic. So when they asked us to provide some set dressing here for the various armchair air shows that we've seen, it was our pleasure to do it, and we've given them a rather nice clock to raffle off as well. So Mike and all of the team here just do fantastic things, and it's a real privilege to support them.
Yeah, well, we're delighted to have you as a partner, obviously, involved. I have to say, not from your company, but 2 very, very close friends of mine managed to get on. One of my favorite aircraft happens to be the Beaver. I've been flying that for many years and across in Canada. Got hold of a standard Hamilton propeller. It's quite a big beast, as you probably handled one yourself. both sides completely polished, embedded in wooden plinths and given to me just a couple of years ago, which I absolutely knocked out about. I mean, superb. But of all the things that are iconic in aviation, the things I see mostly are propellers. Would you say that they are still top of the list?
I would say, yeah, propellers and fan blades, compressor blades.
Right.
And I'll be honest, when they come to us, they're already a work of art. The aerodynamics, the shaping, and high quality materials means that they're very good. But yes, you can make them really special when they're polished and beautifully mounted.
Yeah. Now, just a quick word about your own flying experience. Now, you don't have or do you have your own pilot's license?
Yes. Yeah, I'm a private pilot. I've been flying for almost 30 years now. And I've got a Piper Cub and a Vans RV8. So one does 50 knots, the other one does 150.
Yes. That's all right. It's wonderful. I can hear all my partners coming back and in my headset at the moment. They're all getting very excited, I think, about the rifle. I think we've got about 5 minutes to go now before that raffle. So I think, Darren, we'll call it a wrap there. Thank you so much. You've stayed the course, as have many, many other people here today. It's just terrific to see you seeing it all through. We look forward to seeing more of these surprises, more of these really interesting things you produce. A quick word, if people will have a commission for you or would like to buy something, how can they do that?
The usual ways, aerotiques.co.uk and all the social medias, Twitter or X or Facebook and Instagram, you'll find us on there. And we're always happy to talk to people about what we do and their ideas.
Thank you very much, Darren Lewington from Aerotechnics. And we hope now that you've all had a wonderful day. We've just got a couple of minutes to go. We're going to give you a bit of screen time now, free time, to make sure you've got your raffle ticket in hand before we come to the conclusion and make it in about 3.5 minutes' time for the grand prize raffle draw of the afternoon in aid of supporting Aerobility in the future. We're with you back in just a few minutes. Well did that afternoon go. It's just gone in a flash, a whirl of activity, not quite hailstones, but certainly a lot of wind. And here we are at the culmination of what has been a terrific day. A tremendous turnout here on the ground. I hope everybody at home, you've had a cracking afternoon as well. We're certainly preparing the hot toddies and the hot bath water because it's been a pretty breezy day here as well. But the moment you've been waiting for, and I hope many of you have bought a raffle ticket for this fantastic watch here today. You will have heard me talking to David Burns earlier on about the company and the flyer watches that have been available here today. The moment has come, and we've enlisted the help of Wilbur. Wilbur, thank you so much for your help today. Would you please give this a spin? And we will now find out who the winner will be. David.
Drum roll.
Here we go.
Hopefully the winner's still here.
And the winner is...
Loz.
Loz. Is there a telephone number?
There is a telephone number, and we will give her a call.
Oh, you will?
Oh,
okay.
well done,
Are you sure that's not
Loz.
Liz?
Oh, no, it's not Liz.
It is Loz.
It is Loz.
Right, I can just amend that. That's fine.
It's my middle name as well, actually.
Yeah.
So, David, a few words. First of all, you know, we'd like to thank you. You know, it's been most generous of you and most kind of you to support the event here today.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you to all you guys for your hard work today, and thank you to everybody for coming and braving the weather. Thank you very much to Aerobility. Thank you for supporting the company. Thank you for everybody who's purchased the Aerobility watch so far. If anybody does want to purchase the Aerobility watch, then please visit our website. Thank you very much for supporting us, and have a good evening.
And that's all I need is a thank you from us. And have a very good evening yourself, David. It's been tremendous having you on board with us here today. Wilbur, why don't you join us for the finale? You've been part of this whole day as well. Do grab a seat.
Well done, Wilbur. Yeah,
well
have a sit down.
Wilbur.
Have a sit down. So for those of you who were unfortunate to have won the watch, thank you for your donations. It does go a long way. As a trustee of the charity for 17 years, I can guarantee you this is a lean organisation. All your money goes directly to supporting people and having them experience the magic of flight. We have the aviation education program. That sticks out in my mind as one of the core service provisions of this charity, open to any young person, any person who wants to get introduced to aviation and perhaps take that pathway, perhaps you know, joining aviation as a career. So thank you all for your donations. If you would like to support the charity further, you can go to our website, aerobility.com, or come and visit us again at Blackbush and find out how you can help us. So thank you.
And if on cue, the sun is shining
I
brightly.
know.
I know.
The barbecues are ready to be lit. Liz, how have you found the day? What's
Oh,
been your highlight?
Well, I will just echo what David said. Thank you all for braving the weather to be here today. We call it liquid sunshine in Northern Ireland, but it's fair to say we've had a fair share of it today, haven't we? So thank you for coming and staying on for the day. I've had a brilliant time. I think there's so much diversity in today's show. I think one of the highlights, obviously, for me was talking about the D-Day commemorations last week and seeing some of John's footage from over there. It was absolutely brilliant because so much of that parallels my career, really. And obviously seeing the 3 Chinooks that made it overhead. I think we've got the only serviceable Chinooks in the whole of RAF Odeum at the minute, and they diverted over here on their way home. So that was brilliant to see them. And thank you to everyone who gave them a big, big wave, because as a crewman, you can see them from the air. You can see those waves, so it's really important that people still do that.
Well, you've seen us fronting up today. We've obviously had a very good time, but it takes a massive team effort to do something like this. It has been the very first Aerobility Live. So thank you once again for bearing with us. If you spotted things, way more things have actually happened during the course of the afternoon than you can imagine. But it's tremendous fun. But there's been an impressively large Aerobility support team of volunteers behind us here who've just been working flat out all day. And our grateful thanks to them for easing everything that's been going on in the background and making this a memorable day. But particularly, we must thank the airport, without whom we wouldn't have Aerobility here, and we wouldn't have all you good people here joining us through the course of the day. today as well. But a final word to one of our superstars, one of the great characters behind Aerobility is, of course, Eddie Forrester, and his family as well. Emma is over there, and it's just great to see them turning out in support time and time again on behalf of this charity. I agree with both John and indeed with Liz. We've had some really memorable moments, and we've touched a nerve on a few occasions as well. It's got quite personal, and that's how Aerobility is. It touches each and everybody's lives in a very, very different way. And if you can just put the word out there and do what you can to promote what this amazing charity does, then we will all actually be so much happier. We were hoping to see Neil and Harvey as well. We've no idea where they've gone, but I suspect it's to the bar, in which case my view is I think we should get over there and join them, and let's do that right away. Final words, John?
Yeah, well, just to say, as I said, Airability has been part of my life for a very long time. So thank you to all of you for your unwavering support. You can watch this show back on our YouTube channel. And again, if you want to support us, you know where to go. So thank you.
Liz?
Well, thanks for having me. And most importantly, we hope to see you all again next year. So if you've enjoyed it this time, bring your friends, bring your family, and it'll be bigger and better next year as well.
Well, it just leaves me to say thank you so much, particularly if you've sat through it all online. You've been very patient. For everybody that's been here today, even more patient with the wind and the rain. And if anybody's seen Lingy, just give me a call. Thanks so much for joining us. Good night, goodbye, and continue supporting this great charity.